we're negotiating at the moment. People are negotiating. There are new suggestions. And we're trying to look at what is this all about? And what do we want to achieve? It's not super abstract. It is very concrete, in fact. It impacts our daily life. It impacts industry and all of our options and opportunities, which is why we invited all of you to be here, join us. There are many ways to listen. We have great speakers. I will not welcome everyone right now because there are many brains in the room, and we're happy to provide this room to enable discussion. And we want to provide input on perfect regulation. So thank you and welcome for participating. This is a hybrid event, so some people are here physically and others are online. Welcome to everyone in Europe. Oh, thank you, Philip. We're getting started with our program now, and I have the honor to interview Renate Nikolay. She is head of cabinet of the EU Commission Vice President for Values and Transparency, Vera Jourova. So we will have two rooms today with parallel discussions, and we will have panel debates on different topics of digitalization. Then we have our so-called intermezzos, which will take place in room 1. And then the closing remarks will also take place here. We have a chat as well. You can use the chat to ask questions or to add your remarks. Me and my colleagues who are moderators for these panel discussions will receive those questions from our text, and we will include them in the discussion. If there are any technical issues, please also use the chat for that. We will help you so you can access this event all day. We have a hashtag for this event. It is hashtag DigitalEU 2025. And we would love to see your comments on our program today in social media. And you can also pose questions there if you want. We are a bilingual event here. We have German and English content. There is simultaneous interpretation. You can choose between the languages in Zoom. There's a small globe. And sorry, there's a sound issue right now. You can just choose the globe, and I will now interview Renate Nikolay.
Frau Renate Nikolay wird einen kurzen Impuls geben, bevor wir miteinander sprechen. Herzlich willkommen.
Schönen guten Morgen nach Berlin.
So, good morning to Berlin. Thank you very much.
Ein paar Worte von mir zur Einleitung. Europa hat eine Vision für die digitale Transformation.
I'm sorry, I'm hearing the sound double with delay. I cannot interpret like that. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on.
Digitale Transformation mit Ehrgeiz zu gestalten erneut bestätigt. Und das Europäische Parlament arbeitet derzeit intensiv mit uns an den von uns vorgestellten konkreten Regulierungsvorschlägen. Europa ist also auf dem Weg und gibt auch international die Richtung vor. Und wir starten nicht bei Null. Bereits in den vergangenen Jahren haben wir für die digitale Transformation in Europa wichtige Fundamente gebaut. Die Datenschutzgrundverordnung ist eine wichtige Basis, um das Grundrecht auf Datenschutz auch in der digitalen Transformation zu gewährleisten. Mit der reformierten Datenschutzgrundverordnung, die seit 3 Jahren in Kraft ist, haben wir einen modernen und zukunftsorientierten Regelungsrahmen geschaffen. Und dieses moderne Datenschutzrecht hat sich sogar als ein quasi internationaler Standard entwickelt. Die Welt ist inspiriert von unseren modernen Regeln und ihre Grundprinzipien werden weltweit wiederholt. Zudem haben wir in den vergangenen Jahren mit steigenden Tendenzen von Hassrede oder Desinformationswellen im
In the
Netz
last year, disinformation has grown, more and more hate speeches. There are examples, for example, of legislation against it, ethical codes against hate speeches. Those legislative measures had their effects, but also their limits. So there was time to bring order into this wild west of the internet. The regulation from 20 years ago is not up to date. And it was time to address the negative effects of the internet. But all this with the individual at its center. The regulation of the internet cannot end in censorship. We cannot build a ministry for truth, and we cannot minimize the interchange of ideas. So in this context, we need to see the regulative measures presented by the European Commission last year. That's pioneer work, which has no comparison worldwide. For example, with the Digital Services Act, we would like to see into the black box of the algorithm and to fortify the rights of the users. Also, stress tests. The time for only taking responsibility voluntarily is over. We want to do this jointly. And with the Digital Market Act, we would like to reduce the position of the platforms as gatekeepers and to protect the election possibilities of the users. And with the AI regulations, we set standards for trust, keeping the human being at its center. Since we cannot regulate everything away with the European integration plan, we have set something up to also make sure the integrity of elections, for example, by a societal approach. It's not about moderating the contents, but it's about an architecture where everything can act from a fortified position. And that means taking into account all stakeholders and also the political promotion, advertising will get new touches, which we will present. The legislative process for all the now mentioned legislative projects will be presented and advanced in the next years. The adoption of the Digital Services and Market Act is programmed. Also, we want intense interchange with partners worldwide. The transatlantic interchange has been intensified with the Biden administration. This makes sense, but the regulation is only one aspect of a digital Europe. Also, a real innovation strategy is needed to invest and to further investments into innovation in all member states. So we have asked member states to take 20% of the post-COVID economic programs we have subsidized. Well, we have asked them to dedicate these 20% to this area, and the member states said yes. So there will be a boost for subjects like digitalization and justice and digitalization in general. We also want more data sovereignty in Europe. We want the sharing of data in important growth areas, like, for example, traffic and health. We want to build excellence centers, for example, about AI, and use supercomputing and other great powers. And above all, we want to get the people on board. We want to make sure that no population is left behind in this digital revolution. We cannot have a digital divide. Europe opts for its path for digitalization in a self-responsible, smart manner with the human being at its center. We are on the right path. Thank you. Thank you for this impulse and this opening speech and for letting us in on some concepts. Maybe just to ask at the beginning, the Digital Service Act and the Digital Market Act, we have contributed to both of them. We have been talking for a long time about the third European path. Do you think that now it is taking form with these policy packages? Yes, I would even say it's the first European path, because in these areas we are pioneers. And I'm very happy that we have opted for the path and took it on to present these projects. Of course, we are on the stage here, and we also need to be able to take on criticism, but I think we are well prepared if I compare ourselves to other international partners. We have been talking about the GDPR for a long time. Of course, that was some time ago, but also with the internal market on our mind. We also have collected experiences. Back then, we were not sure how to regulate when, if all the 27 member states should or would be able to regulate together with free will. If we hadn't done that, for example, the network enforcement law also already exists in Germany, but maybe then the other member states would have opted for other regulations and we would have had a patchwork. So it's nice to have it in all 20 safe member states. So there will be a push for the digital progress. Okay, let us get into the detail of the different packages of impulses. Let's talk about the inspiration. You talked about the positive effect of the General Data Protection Regulation, the GDPR, that other members were incited to establish their own protection laws. Is this a reason for other far-reaching policy projects? Yes. First of all, it was a great exercise, a legislative exercise, and that's always very complex. In Europe, you need to negotiate with the European Parliament, with the 27 member states. Then there are trialogues. That's difficult. We have learned a lot from each other. We come from different positions. And we did agree on a basic foundation. So the data protection is a basic European law. You cannot negotiate it away. So this is a very important foundation to build up on our concepts in the area of AI, in the area of platform economy. If we compare ourselves to American partners I talk a lot to, then I can see a kind of obstacle when it comes to making a law that is for all the US states. Okay, then let us talk about the background about this legislative package. I remember when the digital civil society was very critical towards some legislative proposals, but today there is a kind of admittance that the power of platforms and the increase of the power of those platforms might have been undervalued. So I would like to ask you, is this also your perception that such legislative pioneering projects have managed to achieve some foundation? Also, you have mentioned some criticism, but would you also say that there is a need to advance these power restrictions decisively? I remember the debate very well when the German law was drafted. There is a process for it because, of course, we need an overview about the other legislative processes in the other member states. I then was working as Justice Commissary for Vera Jourova. And I remember a discussion back then, Mr. Maas, the then Federal Minister for Justice of Germany, explained why this was a necessity from the perspective of the federal government. to legislate. That was a situation where there was an incredible increase on hate speeches on the internet. There was the migration crisis and others, so there was a need to act. I remember the debate with the ministers where it became very clear that many other member states would not have been able to say instantly, we want to legislate. We cannot forget that we are quite heterogeneous in Europe. My vice president, she comes from Czechia or other countries in the former Eastern Hemisphere. Remember the Iron Curtain very well, and also the Ministries for Truth. So they're very cautious about moderating contents and about restricting free expression of opinions. So we decided together that Germany can take the first step as a pioneer, and we saw that with the specific historical background in Germany, we could advance. We also saw that for Europe, it would be better to establish an approach that depended on free will. When it comes to hate speech on the internet, well, over the time, more and more platforms joined. When we started in 2016, we agreed upon the obligation that the illegal hate speeches on the internet needs to be cancelled in 24 hours. At the beginning, the rate of cancellation of deletion was 27%. Now it's around 80%. So there has been a learning curve, and platforms are now working closer with other players and actors. So this exercise was important. The German legislation, I know it gets a lot of criticism and is also debated in the coalition, or probably. So for us, this was an inspiration, as well as the other experiments. And we knew that we would need to regulate in a more sustainable way. But since it's such a broad issue and we meddle with the public discussion that is taking place on these platforms, since we do this, it was good to take some years to be well prepared for a legislative frame as we have proposed now. Maybe you could talk a bit more about the Digital Services Act to distinguish it then from other acts. It should be for all, but on the other hand, a bigger responsibility when it comes to preventing fake news. Could you please describe what's the object of the Digital Services Act? Well, on the one hand, clear obligations for platforms that when it comes to illegal contents on the network, they need to be deleted, and that otherwise there will be consequences. And that's also content of the network enforcement law. But on the other hand, there's a whole different approach. We want to shake up the business model of the platforms. It's not about taking it away from them, but the actual business model of the platforms needs to get more transparent. So the platforms will need to comply with hard obligations attached to periodic control, especially for big platforms with a surveillance structure that will be needed, or that will need joint decisions when there are several countries involved. So it's not only about leaving the platforms alone with their regulations and their ways of working, but there will be a lot of public debate and regular monitoring. This is headed for the future. And so we need really a monitoring, a vigilance procedure, so that we can make sure that the individual can better assert his or her rights when it comes to platforms. So platforms need to get more transparent. When it comes to advertising, they need to build those archives for better overview. So we have included structures everywhere, so that we can say stop here or there to the platforms, so their outreach cannot be so far as up to now with no control. So the culture of responsibility you just mentioned, the idea that platforms with a public character, because of their outreach, because they are marketplace or communication places, that these platforms need to undergo public checks. Yes, but the approach of the e-commerce directive was leave it alone. 20 years ago, everybody thought that the internet was a fantastic, innovative idea that makes people gather, allows for new models, allows new options for consumers. But now it's about making order in a very clear structure of obligations, as we have done in other areas in the past. Why should platforms not be under strong control when they have a strong impact on markets and in other areas? For the future activities of those platforms, we need to have built in certain restrictions so that the individual can keep control. Okay, I just looked up at the other screen because there are also questions coming in from the public I would like to address. How did you feel about the last revelations, the monthly Facebook affair? You just mentioned Facebook. Is this a great affirmation of what you are doing, of what you're saying also, that platforms could be a lot more, but they don't when it comes to combating hate speeches, for example? Yes, we have also talked with Francis Hogging, and I think this was an affirmation for Europe that we are on the right path. Well, in the US, it's different. I'm not sure if it will lead to legislation, but for us, it was an impulse. It was an affirmation that we're on the right path, that we maybe need to take a look again. Have we taken it all on board? Because there are, technical aspects, for example, when it comes to the transparency of the algorithms, but this will be debated today in the different groups. That's the debate that's happening right now in Europe. When the European Commission presents drafts, they are always very well prepared, but of course, they are not equal to the result at the end. It's a process where all parts learn, where participation and co-designing health comes into it. So the most recent affairs and scandals are like an invitation to ask ourselves, are we reaching far enough? I would also like to stress that we cannot regulate just everything. I would like to advise against that. I would like you to think about the Digital Services Act as the definite elimination of disinformation. No, when it's about disinformation, we would need societal structures where the whole population perceives a lot more and becomes a lot more aware of the need to check the facts. And on the other hand, on the other hand, we need to include the platforms, the information channels, as well as becoming more aware of our own analysis and where it comes from. So that's really a task for the whole society, totally. And when it comes to the architecture of responsibility and the co-participation of different actors, like sharing of different data blocks with scientific actors, there has been a great, well, it has not been very open up to now. And there should be more openness in the new policy packages. Please, a question from the public. Maybe Oliver Rath asks, how should such an oversight structure look, especially when it comes to HTV? Who has the competence, the member states or the European Union? Okay, let us first talk about the access to the data. The Digital Services Act is clear about it with a clear obligation, but when it comes to disinformation, we would also need to bear in mind how platforms treat this issue.
So we're supposed to have a new pact for this kind of information, which can be included into the DSA, as we see that the DSA for the bigger platforms, they have the advantage of having risk minimizing strategies. So this might be actually a good thing for them. This is where this co-regulation plays into. So a pact against fake news or disinformation is very important. We will have discussions with the platforms tomorrow. And having access to data is one of the key points. That is something that we had as an insight. Our code of practice from 2018 about misinformation, we saw that it's still some sort of a black box. So we can't make it up to the platforms to deal with it. We need access to data. So this is basically something we need to achieve. Another topic would be governance. It is a majorly discussed topic in our institutions. And from the side of the Commission, we said that we want a decentralized structure for this so that each member state have authorities, or they either get created or they're named to be digital coordinators. But we need coherent application. We'll have to find a board or come up with a board on a European basis. This is a structure that we also had with the GDPR. We had a data protection board. All the national data protection authorities came together to discuss, but this is also a very big topic right now. The council and the parliament support this, and they say that we should go a step further, even that we should have a more focused application of our new acts. This is something ongoing. I don't think we can have this on a central basis. This is complicated. We have cultural things we need to consider. Sometimes something will be illegal in state A, but it will be illegal in state B. So that's something we cannot really have on a basis in Brussels. We need an intelligent cooperation model, and everybody gets tasks in the member states and also the council itself or the board. So national authorities will definitely play a role. Thank you very much. So the question has been extended a little bit. HVD means high value data. So will there be tools to automate this or to support this? Well, technically, we will have to make progress. We need to give those authorities those topics. We need to discuss what can be automated. We need to find out what expertise we need. I don't think any of the member states, not even the German media institution, is up to par to deal with this task. This is a task we have to address together. We do have expertise, that's not it. But there are some digital tools that we're not even capable of using yet. So in the implementation phase, this is going to be a big task. It was the same with the GDPR. The data protection agencies in the countries had to come together and discuss, and that was a hard topic. And what we're talking about now is something that doesn't exist yet. There are no authorities for this Service Act. And this story is far from over after the dialogue is over. But we will have to cooperate to come up with a shared implementation. Okay, I would like to ask a question myself, or would like to invite you to share your perspective of the idea behind the Digital Markets Act. It's supposed to create fair market conditions. And this could become an innovation stimulus. So since our event is called Visions for Digital Europe 2025, what would be your wish for the European platform economy on the basis of the hopefully successfully implemented Digital Markets Act? What's your vision here? I think the DMA has a great potential. We're creating clear rules. Here's your gatekeeper role. That's all nice. You're very successful. That's good for you. We support you. But we see that there is some sort of abuse going on. And leaving open doors for other actors when the legislation goes through the way it is, there will be a clear list of what is not going to be possible. You can't just build on top of all of your digital services and then claim a monopoly at some point. But we will have to make it possible for everyone to find their own niche, for startups to find their niche. So we don't have the innovation in the form of Facebook or Google, but there are so many opportunities in the digital world. We saw, because of the pandemic, we had a catalyst here to go digital, whether it's in conference systems or in schools. We saw that there are many great models that have been developed. So there are many economic factors. And I think and I hope that our act will be a catalyst, definitely. Another very important aspect is artificial intelligence. It's very interesting. It is not too late. We're not, I mean, the other part isn't too late either. But in AI, we can cooperate with our excellency centers and some of those great ideas that have been, provided, then we can reach the top. And we can compare it to what's happening in China or in the US, and there's a parallel competition going on. And I'm really hoping that by setting those rules and those parameters, we can set a stimulus. It is not an act that forbids everything. It's supposed to enable everything. So this is a very close connection with our ecological transformation. This is another very big transformation in Europe. And then digitalization and AI, etc., are pretty much on the same level in terms of transformational value. So there are synergy effects that can be possible, that can be achieved if we focus on it strongly, which is why I'm convinced that regulation concepts and the innovation concepts together can push us forward. There are so many creative people with big ideas, and that'll help them. So maybe we'll just build the new metaverse instead of the new Facebook. Yes. Another question that picks up on not isolating ourselves, but partnering up and also having transatlantic talks. How does Europe find dialogue with other regions in the world? That's something that's always very important to me. If we look at the American model or the Chinese model, those are like the three big models. Maybe we could have an alternative way that focuses more on democracy. If we look at the One Belt, One Road initiative in China and the programs that coming out of the US, we all have these digital sovereignty issues. How do you see that happening for the EU? That is definitely something that we'll have to pay attention to. Digital transformation strategy also includes digital sovereignty, and it makes us look at the first context here. We're not there yet. I do hope that we can come up with the Bretton Woods, for example, for the digital world. I think that is a measure that would be very, very great. Chinese, the Chinese partners don't look at the individual. It is more targeted towards supervising people or watching people. But we do have very interesting dialogues in international forums, not only G7, G20, maybe some smaller institutions that can be supported here and that can play their role. I think the OECD, for example, would be a good place. But I do think there are some exciting things going on in the US. If we look at the experiences at the beginning of the year, the storm of the Capitol, the terrorist attack, um, is something we need to consider. It is very serious. And we had some regulation ideas, and they always kept saying, oh, no, no, First Amendment, we can't regulate this. We don't want this. But now there is a big discussion going on. We saw that in the presidential election, break up Facebook, for example. Then there are the scandals that are happening now have an impact. We have a forum where the EU and the US get together to talk about regulatory topics in digital transformation. And we need to discuss this. This is something that will move us forward. And if we could agree on certain things, that would impact the entire world. Japan is interested, Canada is interested. So we have alliances that are possible. And I have been very much involved in the GDPR. And we saw how our topics spread everywhere and our principles spread. We don't have to have like a complete one-on-one implementation of our system, but we can inspire people. Those are the principles that we're communicating. And I hope that the digital transformation will have a similar impact because we have been making so much more progress than the other partners. Yes, absolutely. We have two questions. Maybe we can get short answers. Sophie Stahlberg asks, how can we make sure that the DSA doesn't fall behind national standards? For example, having a forwarding place. How do you see that? What can make the internet a safer space? The first reply is, do we go a harmonized way or do we have a country way? And our shared market is very important for us. And all of our acts have the shared market as a basis. So I hope that the DSA that has our shared values and goals and partnership together. But I am talking with my background with the GDPR. We had 27 regulations or directives. They were very individualized. And then we came up with a general directive that works everywhere. And now we are addressing things in a different way because this act doesn't exist in the member states. So we're creating it for everyone, and it will be valid for everyone and implemented everywhere. I think the shared and harmonized laws, it's the law for an entire continent. That is something that we need to base our decisions on. We need to have the same rights and the responsibilities for the platforms that are for everyone here in Europe. And I think the DSA is definitely about protecting consumers, but obviously it cannot serve for everything. There are specific rules, for example, for terroristic content, which has much stricter rules and needs to be deleted right away. And also child abuse is another topic that it has stricter regulations. Also political advertising is something where there's a threat. So our general DSA is our basis, but there are certain security aspects that will require certain stricter laws. Thank you, Renate. That is a very good overview of policy packages. That was a great start for our event today. Well, thank you and enjoy the discussion. Thank you for having me here. Thank you. Okay, now we started this event just right. We have parallel sessions now. In room 1, we have economy online as a broad topic. And we will just continue with Mrs. Nikolay. We're talking about new rules for fair competition. And in room 2, we have another topic, which is data online, unleashing data treasures, European data spaces, and Gaia X. We have Lily Ilyev, who's there. We have Sergei Lagondowski, who is a member of the European Parliament for the Greens, and Marco Alexander Breit, who is the head of the task for artificial intelligence for the Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Energy. And the moderation will be provided by Maria Sousa. This is room 2. And in room 2, we will continue with the new rules for fair competition. This panel will be carried out in this way. There will be an impulse, and then our panelists will debate. We will talk about the Digital Markets Act and how it's going to lead to a fair market in Europe and how it can counteract market forces that we have right now. We'll start with Wolfgang Hoffmann-Riem. He's a professor of University of Hamburg. He was also a judge of the Federal Constitutional Court of Germany. Then afterwards, we have Anja Helses. She works for the EU department at Facebook. Then we have Janet Hofmann. She's a professor at the Free University of Berlin. And she also works at the principal investigator at the WZB in Berlin. She's talking about intellectual property rights. Then there was also Andreas Schwab. He's a member of the European Parliament for the CDU. And he's also a member of the European People's Party. I heard that Professor Hoffmann-Riem has not shown up yet, unfortunately. And I hope that you'll be able to see the panelists right now. Welcome, Janet Hoffmann, Andreas Schwab, and Alice Hezes.
Nochmal der Hinweis, natürlich hoffe ich, dass Sie auch bei mir im Raum bleiben.
So I hope you'll stay here. There's another link for room 2. So if you're still looking for your way, just check out the chat. You will see the links for the other rooms. And now I see my panelists.
Hallo, schönen guten Tag.
Well, hello and welcome.
Frau Helseth, können Sie mich bereits hören?
Miss Helseth, can you hear me right now?
Yes, hi, hello. I'm sorry, I didn't quite get that. Do you want me to kick off? I just switched on the translation, so I'm sorry, I think I missed part of the introductions.
Das ist vollkommen okay.
Oh, that's not a problem. Don't worry about it. I'm glad to have you here. I just was checking if you can see and hear me while we're still waiting for our panelists. Let's see if Janet is here. Yes, I'm here. Great, thank you. I'm glad to see you here. Okay, welcome again to our event and our panel discussion. We're going to continue talking about the Digital Markets Act, and we hope that the other panelists will come and join us later. So, but let's get started with you here, and I would like to talk about what Mrs. Nikolay said. So maybe, Jeanette, I can ask you to repeat which parts of the DSA you find important. Can you maybe give us an overview? I must admit that I'm not prepared. I was very curious to hear Professor Hoffmann-Riem. So overall, we're trying to avoid the tendencies of monopolizing with trade giants with various measures. I'll start with how I see things. I think that the measures themselves that regulate the competition between platforms and the companies that offer their products on platforms, that these measures are undebatable, I think, for those measures that should regulate the competition. And the European competition has these laws and principles of ex ante regulation, for example, and those are not debated at all. They just assume that platforms abuse power instead of just waiting for it to actually happen and then dealing with it. This seems to be quite a consensual topic. I think the discussion is something that goes around not the substantial parts, but who they're targeted at. And as a policy researcher, I say it is a politicalization when having this discussion. For example, how to come up with this regulation, but at the same time, it depoliticizes the topic. So regular people don't really understand what's going on. They don't know if a platform of a certain size needs to be regulated or if they have a certain number of users. The regular person does not understand why that's important. And that is something that depoliticizes this process because only very few people have the expertise to understand the implication of our regulations. Well, thank you. I know that we can't really replace an impulse presentation, but the political will and the construction that comes along with it and these policies, that everybody in the population that is something that affects us as users, obviously. Maybe you can go into a little more detail how this process is going on and what other measures or other public discourses can be seen, and what would you like to see?
Generally, platforms have a very ambiguous role. On the one hand, they achieve welfare effects nobody wants to miss anymore. Especially in the pandemic, everybody saw this. My neighbors, my colleagues. Well, they used platforms and found them to make their daily life easier. Also, to be able to be delivered products at home instead of shopping outside in different shops. All this is very nice for people, and also the price comparisons that are now possible are perceived very positively. On the other hand, it is also true that we also see that big platforms like Amazon benefit doubly. They know what to offer, under which conditions on their platform. They collect the information about the end clients, but do not forward it to the market players offering their products on their website. So Amazon has so much more market information than others, which means that Amazon is in a position to offer products, specific products to the general public, where Amazon knows that there is a margin, benefit revenue margin. So investigators call that creating your own market, that Amazon is creating its own market because it controls the access, the prices, amongst others. This cannot be like this. This is not acceptable, and many people think this. Now the question is, how can legislation make it different here? These aspects you just described. Already in the past, there have been attempts on a European level to make it right. Hence, the attempt to build a new foundation for this. Mrs. Helse, Anja Helset, I welcome you. Nice that you're here today. From the perspective of Facebook, how do you view the Digital Market Act? What do you think, which parts of it do you think are positive because they are positive even for your company, and which aspects do you see negatively from your point of view?
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you also to Janet for very interesting remarks, and looking forward to the discussion that might come later, I expect. But before we get there, of course, would be very happy to present a couple of thoughts from our side about the Digital Market Act proposal, and obviously the impact we view on the innovation, and especially innovation in Europe. Let me start with saying that we generally welcome the EU regulation, and therefore the goals of the Digital Market Act that aims to foster competition and innovation is something that we really embraced. We are preparing to invest billions of euros and also create thousands of jobs when it comes to creating the metaverse. That also includes 10,000 high-skilled jobs in the EU. And we absolutely agree that DMA, the Digital Market Act, can play a very stimulating role in this investment. And we want to make sure that we can also challenge the market, which is in that space currently controlled by probably two players. We definitely agree that the DMA, and these are the positive, let's say, aspects of it, will play a key role in addressing some practices that undermine fairness and market contestability in digital markets. We are also providers of apps, and we are also dependent on gatekeepers in relation to operating systems, to hardware and app stores. That can potentially also frustrate our innovation ambitions. So we definitely welcome that EU is leading in this space, and we agree with the values that underpin these efforts. As we develop the vision for the metaverse with the objectives of DMA, we have learned also over past years that we cannot just focus on making our experiences really great. We need to actually contribute to creating an ecosystem that's sustainable, that is welcoming millions of other coders and creators that have a stake in this discussion. And we are absolutely on their track to look into ways to build this open metaverse ecosystem by releasing software development kit and by setting aside significant funding for training of those creators. But we do as well have some concerns, and I want to spend some minutes talking on that. Of course, we have those concerns that we related also to policymakers. We want to engage in this process in a constructive manner and in a spirit of dialogue. I think that's very important. Some of our concerns include the scope that obviously will not come as a surprise. Our concern is that the DMA currently addresses a handful of US companies. However, the issues that DMA is trying to address and the benefits that come from DMA are actually applicable to relation to many other companies that are necessarily included currently in the scope. Second thing, regulatory dialogue. We, as any other company, want to be compliant with the DMA from the day one. But we need a little bit more support in terms of meaningful regulatory dialogue. The implement DMA will be magnitude higher than what we experience with GDPR. There will be around 90 processes that will be running simultaneously, and all will have to be achieved under 6 months. That's why we think that regulatory dialogue with the European Commission that will serve as the regulator is extremely important for the success and the speed of what the DMA envisages. Self-preference is another issue that we raised some concerns in the past. So definitely very important issue. However, from our perspective, it needs safeguards so that consumer benefit tests can ensure that we don't shut up cheaper and better services while we are addressing some issues that are highlighted by that proposal. Prohibiting practices like this when they're not harmful increases the hurdles of existing platforms to become challengers to existing players, such as, for example, our marketplace is challenging established e-commerce practice and wants to increase the consumer choice in the EU. I will maybe end here because I see some other panelists are joining us by just highlighting that Europe is highly important to Facebook, and we are hoping to provide for thousands of employees and 2 million of businesses that are using our apps and tools every day, even more innovative and easy to navigate service, which we hope also DMA will be able to support. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Sorry about the commotion whilst you were speaking, but I do believe, habe ich auch auf Englisch weitergeredet, also Entschuldigung, dass da ein bisschen was los war gerade während des letzten.
I'm sorry for the commotion happening while you were speaking. What I have seen in the chat is that Andreas Schwab has also asked to speak and has not been joined to the conference. So please, could you let her join? On the other hand, I see Wolfgang. Welcome to the discussion. Wolfgang Hoffmann-Riem, I hope you can hear me. I'm very sorry, I had a technical glitch and I couldn't enter the conference, even though I heard everything. But I have not heard your beginning because I was attending technical issues. But if you want me to make some comments, please let me know when. I do not want to interrupt. Well, thank you. I'm happy to let you in here now so we can maybe talk among the 3 or 4 of us. We have opened the discussion. Mrs. Hoffmann gave a short oversight about the aspects of the Digital Markets Act. And we have also heard some comments from the perspective of politics and economics about the feasibility of this project and the possibility of users to participate in it, to co-design it. And Mrs. Helseth talked from the perspective of Facebook, where Facebook would like to support the Digital Markets Act and where there are limits to Facebook supporting it. Now, at the end of this discussion, we would like to hear your input. I mean, we can't because it's quite extensive, but what you could say, if you want to, is what are for you the key elements of the digital market when it comes to the big rivalry we see right now in the European Union or targeting the European Union? If I may, I would start at a different point, a more basic one. I, of course, thought about how to use the 10 minutes and I have some keywords popped up, but have already been formulated by other speakers. I would like to formulate a thesis from the legal point of view because I'm in the legal profession, and I would like to talk about the problems of regulation. We are talking about platforms, you know which. But I would like to mention Dr. Ulrich Kularta, a sociologist. He defines platforms in the following way. Platforms are digital and technical infrastructures based upon algorithms over which information is exchanged, structured, markets and labor is organized, a range of services is offered, and digital and non-digital products are commercialized. That's understandable. Then he also says the organization of markets and the influence on social cohesion and dependencies are the key characteristics of the new disruptive platform model. And that's the point, make them centers of regulation. When we talk about platforms, from the point of economical science, when it comes to the network economy, to the aggregating effects of multi-sided market. But what we don't see so clear is that the order of internet and other services needs to be shaped by private actors. Mr. Stab, another scientist, came up with the formulation of saying that these companions are dominating the markets and networks, and this dominance happens. And Mrs. Schweitzer, also in the legal profession, has built a thesis which says these companies are private legislators. So they are legislators not in a democratical way, but in a functional way. Hence, it's necessary that this private legislation, to get a grip on this private legislation, their markets, bearing in mind that the regulations and legal provisions made by them are interweaving with their technology, and that the power of legislating is much greater and does not only concern the relation to their users. For example, Airbnb, which is a different user, do not necessarily shape the regulation for their own users, but these powerful platforms shape also these rules. So the private regulation of this area, to me, seems to be the challenge which the European Union seems to have understood very well, addressing it with the Digital Market Act and other legislative projects. This is not an easy project, because there is the problem of a global superpower not only present in Europe. Now we have to try, maybe with the incentive force the dimension of the European market can have, to apply such rules not only in the European market, but to build a system that can be used in Europe, but that is also fit for political influence within a democratic framework, not only protection against illegal competition or equal opportunities for market access, among others, or the protection of the individual against tracking or others, but also we need to recognize that the power of these companies goes beyond the economical dimension. What's interesting here for me is that the Digital Market Act does not refer back to a certain set of regulations as it used to be, but to the adaptation of law. There in European Union law, in Article 114 is about competitiveness law. The EU has given itself a very wide framework within which it wants to act, without the possibility to demonstrate in literature that this is the right framework. So the European Union has shown that it is conscious of the dimension of the problem, and it needs to find an agreement that does fit into the European treaties. To me, it seems to be important that we try now to create law for the European space. That this law needs to be coordinated and adapted, harmonized with the national legislation. When you see German GDPR, it collides totally with the European regulations or provisions because it overlaps, and the European Union wants regulation, directly applicable law in which then needs to be organized into the German national law. Right now, there are new regulations being formulated in Germany. And with them, we also need to see we have a lot of problems we need to solve. We know how difficult it is in Europe. And what's still more difficult is the creation of transnational regulation to get international harmonization. Mr. Hofmann-Riem, if I could interrupt you shortly, we are now I would like to welcome Dr. Andreas Schwab. Now we are complete. Thank you for your words, Mr. Hofmann-Riem. Very important words and explanations about the legal framework and the implementation. Now that we have a full house, I would like to say to you, dear audience, we have still half of an hour of discussion left, and we do like to take your questions and answer them. Please write them into the chat. And if you like to comment among you or about something a panelist said, please raise your hand. Mr. Schwab, I think I have read in the chat that you have followed our debate up to now. Great. Maybe you can react to it. Some reaction to the words of Mr. Hofmann-Riem. What do you think about the options to implement what we have just talked about? And which internet will the Digital Market Act in Europe lead to? I'm sorry, that's a very low sound. Mr. Hofmann-Riem had the same problem as myself. Couldn't enter the conference. In Europe, it's not only difficult to find majorities. Mr. Hoffmann said rightly that nobody questions the basics of the Digital Markets Act. But there is the problem of having to adapt it in 27 member states, which have taken their own regulations, but only we need to fit it in with European law. So we try to use Article 114. That doesn't mean it's compulsory a different approach, but it was about not choosing an extensive procedure, or better not choosing it. Mrs. Schweitzer, who has already been quoted, has made it very clear that this is not about consumer production. Of course, we can do a lot for the consumer, but the Digital Markets Act does not target consumers. What is it about? Mr. Kolata explained it very nicely. It is about reflecting the basic values of our society, of the analog society, reflected in the digital society. So In the 30s, we made some experiences in Germany which have shown us that democratic societies need open market models, so the strength of only a few platforms is a problem. Let me come to my next point. We cannot create a fairer world through the Digital Market Act. What we can do is concentrate on the big structuring platforms. That doesn't mean that we will not be able to do more in the future, but for now, we need to use the resources we have now to tackle the present problems. If we make the scope too big, then maybe we have at the end a big law that doesn't achieve anything, but we could achieve something with a smaller law. Of course, and Mrs. Schweitzer has been quoted here that the business conditions of these platforms shape our life stronger than our own legislator. That's not acceptable. The Digital Market Act targets or wants to create an option for authorities to control gatekeepers in an early stage, contrary to the competitive law. Not the European Commission judges misconducts that have surfaced, but it would be in the following way: the companies would need to have the authorization of the European Commission before to act in a certain way. So the proof load is reversed. And in the next step, the legislation, we could adapt the legislation. One example for this, and then I will be happy to listen to the other panelists again. Facebook has the trouble now that it needs to explain how its platform activities, how it could restrict the platform activity before the United States elections. Of course, Facebook says now that you cannot restrict opinions so harshly, but then you ask yourselves, why have they? And in Germany, 3 months before general elections, there are also series of conducts, not necessarily law, in place. But there is a big consensus. But that's the analog world. In internet, that's missing. So it's not only about Facebook and Google. They cannot dictate to us or other gatekeepers how to deal with elections. But it's only one question out of a whole series of questions we need to tackle with. We need to take a structuring step towards or with the very big platforms, but we cannot solve all platforms because that would be too much for the European Union. And we wouldn't be able to deal with this successfully now. So I think the Digital Markets Act is only a first step, but the right one. Thank you for this input. Now we are all on the same page here. Mrs. Helseth, maybe you would like to react to this directly to Dr. Schwab's comments. I see you have written in the chat. I will summarize. because of the public character of Facebook, its influence or the recognition that Facebook is being used in political processes, specifically for elections. And then the decision Facebook took on its own with regard to the US elections. How can a possible dialogue look with the government, with public stakeholders or decision makers, so that there are less negative impacts? Would you like to react, Mrs. Helseth?
Yes, and thank you so much. I'm sorry, I just didn't understand. So on the scope, if I can react first, I still feel that the problems that DMA is trying to address, as I was saying in the beginning, which I'm not sure, Mr. Schwab, you were already connected or were still getting into the room, we still think there would be a possibility to probably apply DMA to other companies, as this is the issue that is of a broader nature than just a couple of companies. But this I a little bit reflected in the beginning, and happy to come back to that issue later if there is time. And more specifically to the issue of that was addressed as well in your intervention regarding elections and generally the situation companies such as Facebook is finding itself in around election periods, around democratic processes, around protesting, etc. Obviously, this is a very hard situation for any private company to be in, and we definitely were flagging this already in various inputs to regulators across the world, and especially to the European Commission. These are hard decisions, especially if we reflect on the US elections and what have happened as a follow-up to that. We have called in the past for regulation in that space. And I also know that this is a very tricky issue on the EU level, as some of those issues are tackled directly by member states. And only some of those issues can be addressed on the European harmonized level. So I'm conscious of this difficulty. However, as we don't have per se any kind of regulation that would guide us, we had to take some of those decisions on our own. And these are, as I reference and as our CEO reference in many various public engagements and hearings, these are not the decision that we feel very comfortable taking. We have created separate from Facebook an oversight board just to kind of assess some of those decisions separately from the company. Oversight board is a body that brings together various experts from very different areas that kind of encompass the whole globe. They gave us some feedback on some of those decisions we took, but obviously this is still not enough. And we hope these issues will be addressed through the regulatory frameworks. We know that DMA, but also DSA, which is of course not really spoken today in this panel about that much, is already addressing some of those issues. We know the European Democracy Action Plan has initiatives to also further address it. And we very much welcome these, because otherwise we are in the situation that we as a company need to make those calls in the absence of regulation. And this will naturally create a discomfort whether a private company can make those calls. And we do share those concerns.
Dankeschön. Ich würde gleich gerne noch mal ganz kurz nachhaken. Nur eine Bitte, weil ich sehe, dass
I see that there are some questions from the public, and if you are trying to address this part in particular, please put that in your comment as well. You said that you're looking forward to regulation, but there have been some issues lately, and we are getting a different impression by aggregating data rooms, for example, which is something that the Digital Markets Act will be restricting. That is one very simple example how Facebook makes certain promises, but then decides to go towards profitability. For example, the shared data trusts between WhatsApp and Facebook. But you also said that creating an ecosystem is a core aspect. And that's something that has been addressed by Mr. Hofmann-Riem as well, so that markets get created. And we need to see how personal data is being handled and how Facebook in particular has come forward in a particular way, defining what interoperability is and what digital ways are. So if we're looking at creating an open metaverse, don't you think that people should govern their own data and that data portability and interoperability would have to be core principles of that? That would be a question for Ms. Helseth.
Yeah, thank you so much. So on data combination, we always said and fully supported that there is the requirement to get users permission for data combination. We think giving user a choice is really proportionate approach. However, we are, and that's probably what the person asking the question referring to, we are having concerns with an approach that would lead to banning such a practice, which actually exists not just at Facebook, but across many different services around in internet. So that's to the first point. The interoperability. I think we, myself and Mr. Schwab in the past had this interesting discussions also in the context of the electronic communication code. There were some suggestions to already work interoperability in this legislation, which is already existing and actually is being implemented and currently going through implementation process in Germany and many other member states. What was widely agreed by, I think, both co-legislators was that interoperability, while it sounds really simple and kind of elegant solution, actually leads to less consumer choice and some safety concerns as well. Every user can and should actually use various applications on his mobile or her mobile phone or computer, whichever way chooses to use those. Each of those applications will have very different features that by default will not be often interoperable with each other. Often those applications are each other's competitors. So for that reason, they will offer different features to attract different users. But there is never, let's say, a problem with using those different applications for different groups of people you're connecting with, because some people choose to use, if we talk products, some people choose to use WhatsApp, some people will choose to use iMessage, some people will choose to use Hangout, and some people will choose to use something completely else. And I think all will work fine on a single device. However, interoperability would mean that those applications would lose their inherent features and some inherent safety features they offer. Some offer end-to-end encryption, some don't. That's just one of the angles of that, of course. So just do want to make that this is not necessarily actually leading to a better user or consumer experience, but actually quite the opposite.
Oh, da habe ich, glaube ich, eine sehr unterschiedliche Ansicht.
Oh, I think I have a very different opinion on that. And I think I define it differently. Ms. Hofmann, you said you took some notes, and being able to choose, for example, is something we talk about. Are those usability of different applications, which Ms. Helthus just said? Do you have a different opinion on that, or maybe a different definition? Do you think there needs to be some sort of different development in the sense of plurality? Is there something you can elaborate on? I actually wanted to talk about data access. Dr. Schwab asked about this from a research perspective, and I think Mr. Hofmann-Riem can confirm. This instrument of accessing data is very important and very powerful potentially. If we're looking at the market review, this goes far beyond competition laws. All the substantial knowledge we have about platforms, doesn't matter whether it's a communication or a trade platform, it all came about by leaks. So we depend on whistleblowers. We depend on people leaving the company and telling us what's going on. And that's absolutely unacceptable for a variety of reasons. So platforms need to be regulated properly. We know that, but we still don't know what they know about themselves, and we don't know enough about them. So we have to have background knowledge about the topic of our regulation. So I've been talking to a colleague about observability, and we said that we don't have enough knowledge about machine learning processes. From my perspective, we need to get information from inside of the companies so we can build regulatory competence. We need to learn how to watch, how to observe these KI processes. This competence is something that is completely missing because we don't have the resources. There's another point I would like to make. Platforms gather lots of data, but they only have a very limited use case for this data. For example, to address advertisers or provide data to advertisers. But what the platforms have in data about society, about people, it can be used to develop new services, but also as knowledge about our society. We have so much data that isn't being used, even though there are so many great use cases for that. There are many reasons for regulatory processes, and we need to make sure that we can access data. There are new laws that are being created right now with regards to the GDPR, and they're not operationalized. We need to make sure that we know how we can get access to data. Do we just get access, or do we have to ask who will be able to access those data? Maybe researchers or journalists or people who work on regulation law. And we need to define what can we actually do with the data. And for me, as a researcher, that is a very central part. Thank you, Ms. Hoffman. There is a question. The German government has proposed a new way of accessing gatekeeping data. Mr. Hofmann, maybe do you want to talk about this? Sorry, I missed the last part of the question. You need to unmute yourself.
Jetzt ist sie weg. Entschuldigung. Also, ich
Here we go.
glaube, das Zugangsproblem, das Frau
I think the problem of access, which Ms. Hofmann has talked about, is a very central one, especially regarding transparency. We need transparency with regard to technology, but also regarding the behavior of companies using this kind of technology. If we're talking about how we can secure this access, obviously for research purposes, which is what Mrs. Hoffman said, I do not see companies volunteering those data. They would probably have to be asked to do that because the data collection might reveal things that they don't want to be revealed, how they use the data in their patterns. I have a term that I like to use a lot. People or companies regulate themselves, and that's probably not going to change. And that's something what the DMA aims at is regulated self-regulation. And now we're talking about regulation of access rights, not only for a researcher, but also for people involved who would like to take advantage of laws. And having the single-sidedness of power is an issue here. And a democracy kind of needs to keep tabs on power. And that only works if we have access to knowledge. And I think that agrees. I'm not sure if I answered your question fully, but to me, it was important to reiterate. Okay, we don't have a lot of time yet left. I would say this is our final round. Ms. Hilse, one more question. How do you see these topics? Maybe we can talking about data sharing for a public good, cooperation with research institutions, and then Dr. Schwab can also say something about this. But first, Ms. Heldes, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, look, the collaboration with researchers, I suppose that's a topic that's already exists in the discussion since the code of practice on misinformation that Facebook is one of the signatories to. We were having that collaboration under the code. Code is obviously voluntary tool, but the Commission will progress with the regulation in this space also because we and some other companies, but specifically Facebook, were requesting some kind of firmer guidance regarding some of the aspects of the work that we do under the code, especially, for example, around how the political advertising will be taking place around the European election. And I understand the Commission will publish something in that space, for example, quite soon. On the access to researchers under the self-voluntary code, we weren't offered GDPR audit. So there were indeed some kind of concerns about how we can do it in a meaningful way. And we have created various consortiums that were part of that kind of access that you described. But obviously that didn't include everyone who was interested. I do believe that the Digital Service Act is also addressing this issue through some provisions they provide for access to data for researchers. And I understand this is also part of the discussion in the parliamentary committee and in the council. On our side, what we did is we joined EDMO, which is this kind of platform that brings together various stakeholders who do want to engage in kind of conversations about access to data for researchers in a GDPR consensual way. And we are working with that. This exercise is managed via also European University Institute in Florence. And obviously European Commission has also a role there. And we have various own initiatives that we basically try to provide so that indeed those questions and the research can be done in a meaningful way. But I do want to say GDPR is having quite strict requirements as well. So as long as we're not having some kind of regulation in that space, it always will be in some limited form. I see that people want to jump in, but I just still want to finish that.
Gerne an Herrn Schwab übergeben, bevor unsere Zeit vorbei ist. Vielen Dank dafür, Frau Hellset.
I wanted to hand over to Dr. Schwab. Of course, it's like a way of looking at things, how you can, deal with issues. But to close, I would like to hand the floor to Dr. Schwab one more time. What can the DSA do? What doesn't go far enough, especially data sharing for researchers? But how can we get data back into our public sector with a foundation of data? Maybe also talking about interoperability and portability of data. Maybe you could share your perspective here and also maybe look toward the future, what your hopes are for Digital Europe 2025 is. Yeah, thank you. This is a very exciting discussion. I'm very glad that the Böll Foundation invited me. Mrs. Hofmann has said that platforms are obviously there. They're all private companies, so they have property rights, not a debate. But in Germany, we say who owns needs to take responsibility. And now in the context of platform economy, we have a very high public interest for society to understand what the mechanisms are, and we don't really have access to that yet. And not even the GDPR can make a significant impact here because we have some exceptions. So what we need is insights into the mechanisms of those platforms, especially for the biggest companies, because they combine data and that makes for a big risk. And from a competition perspective, there are implications as well. Obviously, advertisers are involved here, and we need to include this in the Democracy Action Plan as well, which is supposed to provide a framework for this topic. And I hope you don't see this as false advertising, but as a member of the CDU, we're not known for wanting more bureaucracy in all markets. But if we see that a market has a threat on our society, then we have to address this and have policymakers intervene. And this is something we will definitely do. We will have to be careful, and obviously it has to have some limitations, but we're barely scraping on the surface at the moment. Thank you very much. This was a very exciting discussion. Thank you for being here. Now we're transitioning quickly. We have room 2 with Open Data Institute, analysis in light of the Data Governance Act. And now we have the session Regulation of Data Trusts, which is moderated by Michael in this room. He's the coordinator and research associate for the German Research Institute for Public Administration in Speyer. You have the floor.
Ja, vielen Dank.
Thank you. Let's start with our panel. We have Aline Blankertz, Anna Ludin, There's Rima Patel. Welcome, everyone. I have been attending the other panel in the other room with European data spaces, which gives us a nice thread. And we're going to look at the Data Governance Act. This used to be a management task that wasn't super important, but now in 2021, there is a draft for a Data Governance Act. So it has become more important, and now we actually have a legal framework. And we're trying to find a foundation, a basic foundation for data governance so that the government doesn't overreach, but still regulates without creating obstacles. We're going to talk about data trusts. What are the tasks here that we have? What real problems do data trusts, or what can they solve? Is regulation the proper approach here? We will also talk about something else. So what does the Data Governance Act aim for? What are the goals? What's the regulatory framework? Does it make sense? What will the impact what will be the impact on people involved and companies, industry? And what will be things that need to be solved? And do the member states know what they're getting involved into? It is not the first digital act. We're already in the trilogue discussions, which actually take place right now. I would like to introduce our panelists now. Let's start with Dirk Gunevik, and he is at the Ministry of Transport in North Rhine-Westphalia, and he's in charge of digitalization, and he will talk about public administration perspective about data trusts, especially in terms of mobility. Then we have Rima Patel from London. She's the Associate Director of the Ada Lovelace Institute. She is responsible for public attitude and public deliberation. And she will give us the international perspective on data intermediaries and data management in participation research as well. Welcome, Rima. And then there's Anna Ludin. She is a lawyer. She works for a German ministry, but now she works for the Director General for Communications Networks. She is policy officer there, and you're in charge of the data industry. Daniel Katzenberger cannot be here, and because he is negotiating right now. So she is covering for him right now. She will share about this topic. She also used to work in Speyer.
Berlin. Sie ist Ökonomin und arbeitet seit neuestem wieder, muss man sagen, bei dem internationalen wirtschaftswissenschaftlichen Beratungsunternehmen Oxera. Zuvor war sie für den Bereich Datenökonomie bei der Stiftung Neue Verantwortung in Berlin zuständig und verantwortlich und hat sich dort mit ihrem
Team the data regulation and occupied herself with regulatory questions, and she will answer today regulatory questions from her point of view. I would like to open 3 rounds. What are data? Is the Digital Governance Act the right regulation for this? I would like to start with Anna Pankratz here. I would like to ask you to help us to understand better a whole host of terms related to data trust. When we talk about data intermediaries, could you explain to us what it means, which tasks a data intermediary has or should have in today's time? Thank you very much that you invited me here to this very interesting panel. Well, data intermediaries can mean a lot of, can have a lot of different purposes. And wouldn't it be great if a data intermediary did always the same thing? No, it's not the case. There are, on the one hand, data intermediaries, and in this case, the board of data trusts is mentioned oftentimes. So on the one hand, there is the data trusts, which can help to implement laws like the GDPR. But the biggest part of the data governance are data services that should help to share data better. When there is friction between different parties who do not want to share data directly, so companies can potentially share data, but also you can imagine a data intermediary supporting governments sharing data with companies and complying with different tasks like anonymization or pseudonymization. And I would like to stress here in this panel that data intermediaries, the role of it can arise on the market because different stakeholders have the wish to share data. And we need to find the right rules and setup for it, or it can be an impulse or an imposition from the authorities, the legislator, that certain data needs to be shared, and that needs to be done over a data intermediary. For example, that data from browsers need to be shared. Well, it can be then a data intermediary in this sense, could be a middle instance. Oh, there's bad sound, I'm sorry. So, question, what are the potentials behind data intermediary? Specifically, again, the same horrible back sound. What existing problems can one solve when it comes to democracy? I'm very sorry, there's a horrible persisting background sound that difficults the interpretation highly. Now it's gone. Rima?
Hello, hi.
Hallo. Haben Sie die Übersetzung bekommen?
And
haben
sorry, apologies. I'll just take off the English translation. It's lovely to meet you all. And I just wanted to flag in relation to data governance, there's something really interesting about how think about the different models of data stewardship that could be by civil society organizations. So for instance, with the recent research report that we worked on, we identified that a lot of organizations that weren't commercial organizations were able to innovate in this space. So a good example would be the initiative, Salus Cooperative, that has been originally pioneered in Catalonia. So alone. and that is a sort of crowdsourced design participatory initiative on health data. It's a civic space, so quite interesting because it's in data space, but it isn't kind of necessarily commercial. So there's a really interesting point about the sort of range of intermediary and the types of models it might implement. I'm interested to know whether you can actually hear me properly.
Yeah, some interruptions in the sound.
That's good to know. So the other research, the element of the research report that relates to the question of what European data spaces might look like. So you asked whether something like the Data Governance Act was enough, and there's really important question around how Europe across the board might incentivize and enable the acceleration of innovation in this space. So thinking about investing in this, thinking about how to promote shared practice where it already exists, and also thinking about how to make sure that models that we've had for a long time help inform the development of things like Gaia X and European data spaces. So here, the model that I think of is the which is widely deployed across the world, which is essentially a trusted research environment or a data, as you describe it. So there's a lot about making sure that we are deploying existing practice, existing expertise, and building that something like the Data Governance Act in order to enable intermediaries to establish. In the UK, we have had a few conversations about the importance of creating trustworthy research environment for data spaces. And the reason for that is because care.data tech clash. So there was an instance in which the government and NHS attempted to pool health data in a centralised repository. This is data held by the NHS, and people expressed serious concerns about it. And the other area that was attempted quite recently was to do the same thing in response to the pandemic. Again, not very well received by civil society organisations and stakeholders. So it would be really important to think about data intermediaries, how best to enable trustworthiness. That's about thinking beyond the Data Governance Act and making sure that the actors who are building data intermediaries are supported to make sure they're thinking about ethics, norms, public value, what societal expectations are. So those are my immediate reflections on certainly the Act, but also what else needs to be in order to enable data intermediaries to be successful.
Ja, vielen Dank, Rima Patel, für Ihre Perspektive. Ich wechsle quasi aus der Zivilgesellschaft und Forschung in die...
Thank you for your perspective. So from the civil society I now changed to public administration. Mr. Gunevik, which projects have you already envisioned? I'm very sorry, there's bad sound now too from the studio, a very bad sound. It's suddenly gone. I'm really sorry. Okay, that's okay. Now it works. Thank you for being here. It's very important to have this interchange because the question of data trusts needs to be debated if we see the public debate, then the question of the data trusts evolves around the thought that the data trusts received automation data from automation tools. So the multimodal data, the area to see its relevance for mobility politics. If our target is to offer good mobility to people, a cleaner one, more secure one, and you give the people the opportunity to combine different mobility offers, be it the bike, be it the car, and this multimodality, for this multimodality, the digitalization plays a great role. And the data protection perspective, well, we need to think that mobility is the foundation of societal and personal chances, and we have a legal situation when it comes to the transportation of people, which allows access to some parts of the mobility market. The important thing here is that we have a free, discrimination-free access to this data. All these developments have been briefly mentioned. When it comes to the mobile data space, what is it about? Well, the anonymization of mobility data, securing it in an own infrastructure for a responsible use. And when it comes to and the mobility data in relation to public stakeholders, well, we need to bear in mind different things. At first, federal state of Germany, we pledged ourselves to this task. We wanted to make mobility data accessible over different paths to make interchange, decentralized data interchange possible on the basis of European values. So I think the Data Governance Act and the data mobility will have different contact points in the future. I would just like to mention one point. We have a new specialized division in the Ministry for Traffic in Germany. We will work closely together with a series of people because we think it's a topic of the future. I'm very sorry, the sound of the stage Berlin is completely off. There is an accompanying sound behind, and it's very low. What does the European Commission understand? What does it think data intermediation is? Why is it not included in the GDPR? What does the general data protection regulation target? Thank you, Michael, to have invited me here. I'm very happy that the speaker before me has already mentioned a few practical examples to illustrate what this is about. So the term of trusts or intermediaries, well, different ideas are attached to that. So it's a very extensive term. And first of all, one needs to accept and understand that there are also different constellations happening under these terms. So now it's being debated in a trialogue only after a year. We have different approaches, and just one approach targets the regulation of data intermediaries. This chapter 3, in the public discussion and in the scientific community, there have been lively debates about the mechanism. I can say here what the Commission proposed. It's about the target to build up trust. How introducing neutral actors or generate them, support the generation of the neutral actors. And then, so that's it's only somebody or something neutral in between. This is attempted in chapter 3. Also, a series of provisions are given, just as, oh, the sound is suddenly away. I mean, totally frozen. Yeah, but no sound, please. There's no sound. Ah, jetzt. I hope that you've heard me. I will just continue. I was talking about chapter 3. It sets up a series of criteria for neutrality. So to be neutral, for these data intermediaries to be neutral, so they should dedicate themselves to the neutral intermediation of data. I think we will hear more about it on this panel. Is this a model of business, and which business models are surfacing because of this? So what we are regulating are commercial actors. That doesn't mean that the Commission is not happy for non-commercial data trust models to surface, but the chapter 3 solution reflects the fear of the European Commission that market distortions could arise because of the activity of actors pursuing their own interests. And this concentration of power, the European Commission wanted to prevent that and has therefore opted for this solution, but only when it comes to market solutions. Let me leave it here for the time being. Okay, so the first round is over. Is there a need to give opinions? Otherwise, I would say let's start the second round. The second question: can the legislator solve this problem, and can it generate models we wish for, and in areas we have a special need for that? Here's the first question from the chat. I will address this question when the panel is addressing it in the discussion. So let us open the second round of question. Can the legislator implement, put into practice the possibilities of the data intermediaries? And will there be an incentive that European administration, private persons, and others share their data more willingly? I would like to start with our in London with this question. For example, the DGA, Data Governance Act, will it be able to have an effect to trigger higher generosity when it comes to data altruism? And how will other potential legislators internationally deal with it? Rima Patel, please.
It's a really interesting question. And the way I would respond to that question is to sort of suggest that we think about where people are at in terms of their sense of generosity already. So there's something about understanding how people feel about donating or sharing their data to infrastructures already, and thinking about how that might work across the EU. So in the UK, we've seen a few studies that indicate that British people are quite open to sharing their data and contributing to various data donation models in general. But we're also really mindful that across Europe and across different nation states, the situation might be quite different. So my suggestion would be to try to understand how people feel, what concerns they might have, and then build that into the conversation. So where are they at now? The other suggestion would be to think about what they would expect to see around such a piece of legislation and regulation. So actually trying to understand what their norms and their expectations are. And this is where things like the deliberative conversations that we've been running, so citizen juries on data sharing and so have been quite useful in the UK in terms of shaping the health data conversation in the UK. And again, there's nothing to stop that conversation happening at a EU level. You know, there's some really innovative practice in this space just to try to understand what it is that people expect around their European data spaces or something like GaiaX and building that into the conversation. In general, though, from all the research that I've looked at, there's nothing to suggest that people aren't interested in donating their data. There's a lot to suggest that people really expect certain things in place when they're sharing their data, and things like the ability to unshare their data, you know, the ability to opt out. They have really strong expectations when it comes to things like the terms under which the data is used and the ability to have the ability to control or set those terms. So there's actually quite a lot of interesting practice in this space, and the biobank model that I illustrated is really interesting because we've had the conversation in other spaces before when it comes to things like genomic data that's highly contentious and controversial. One thing I would say about data donation is that we find that data donation can encourage quite unrepresentative data sets. So there's a tension there, which is making sure that data sets reflect all of society and work for all of society, and relying on data donation or data altruism as the only model or mechanism for doing that.
Ja, vielen Dank für diese.
Thank you for this perspective of the individual and the trust, which is one of the targets, as you said, Anna Ludin, and to take people with you where they doubt, or companies. Okay, why has the European Commission opted for the GDR regulation? It could have been a softer version, or there could only have been market incentives or promotion of certain projects. Why did the European Commission go for a regulation, for a legislative framework for this data? Thank you for the question. The regulation had been announced with the European Digital Strategy 2025. Not only this regulation, but also subsidy mechanism, individual mechanisms, all targeting the same objectives to promote ecosystems and intensify data exchange. All the now mentioned projects, for example, GaiaX, construction of shared European data spaces, and others are included here. Of course, one could ask, why has the regulation not been made softer, or the regulation proposal within the federal government, or rather its data strategy? The question of certification procedures has been mentioned. For example, the Digital Governance Act proposes something similar, but this has been overruled, because according to my knowledge, we do not have certification process for the GDPR either. Hence, this proposal has been made in this way, but when it comes to the scientific discourse and debate with the GDPR, no, I'm sorry, with the DGA, with the Digital Service Act, it becomes clear that it's a first approach that will need to be evaluated in due time. Its implications will need to be evaluated in due time. But to answer your question clearly, the regulation is only one of a whole series of instruments. Okay, then I would like to get on board Aline Packard again and her view of on the EU Commission's approach with the legislative package, which Anne has just described. Is it enough? Could a different approach or model have been better? What is there to criticize about the European Commission's approach? Yeah, thank you. Two items I would like to stress. And I will give two examples. There is a broad call for neutrality and independence. That sounds nice. And that targets a whole range of providers that might not have a trust issue. Tony Strigoloni, a Dutch chocolate producer, is my preferred example. So they have pledged themselves to buy chocolate, fair trade chocolate, and for this they have constructed a data network with the different places in Africa and other places where the different corporations and farmers and so on were reflected to make it reconstructible where the cocoa came from and how it reaches us. This network has now been in demand by other providers, as they found out, like big brands like Aldi and others. So they wanted to commercialize, to distribute certain products of this line using this data network. And that means that this Dutch chocolate producer is suddenly a data intermediary. And to guarantee neutrality, this data intermediary needs to be institutionally secluded, or it cannot be opened towards third parties. And neither of the two options is ideal. It's not needed when it doesn't have anything to do with the goal to put fair traded chocolate on the market. So the trust function would need to be verified case by case. Is there a need for a regulatory intervention? Sometimes this is not the case. Of course, you need to be reminded Bauer non-discrimination rules that can be used for a softer intervention. There's another area, the personal information management systems. Even these PIMs are often highly complicated and need a business model to be able to stand on the market. Certification could be an option to ensure that certain forms of interest conflicts would ask the PIMs to certify themselves, and then in exchange they get something. For the time being, this is not possible, and that's a problem in the context of data altruism, because it's somehow as if the requisites are increased or strengthened, and one asks himself, why should I do that when I'm pledging myself to the same principles and obligations as in the GDPR, but I don't get anything back? I see a risk here, so that instead of more solutions in this market, some projects or models are being prevented from happening, even though society might wish for them.
Anna, would you like to weigh in here? Oh, I'm not sure. I know the research by Aline and her colleague, and I think that's a very valuable thing. But we'll have to go by trial and error, I think. This is one of the tasks that went through really fast. But resistance from the industry side wasn't even as big as you have expected. Nobody gave us a lot of pushback. Obviously, this is an individual decision. Then we'll have to look at the regulation and the final product. Maybe there will be some amendments. We don't know that yet. But in this individual case, I would like to look at the details. I don't know how other people would see that. Some closed loop data sharing systems aren't included. But maybe somebody can correct me on that. But those kinds of data sharing aren't even included in the risk assessment, because it doesn't seem like there's a major power development going on there. Well, thank you. Before looking at the details, I would like to ask Mr. Gunevik to share his perspective from practice. You work a lot with mobility data and with management thereof. What do you think? Will the DGA help you? Is it a hindrance? What are your expectations, hopes, doubts? Well, we have great hopes, especially our positive hopes, that the usability of mobility data is increased, because we want to include the interests of all market participants and the users themselves, or the data providers in this case. There are some developments in Germany. We just talked about the law we're having in Germany, and where they have static and dynamic data that needs to be provided. And I think looking at these initiatives and making a framework for data governance will help us to actively develop this field. We don't want to lock in data into some vaults. And I think in the mobility sector, it seems like we have this treasure of data and we'll just stick to it and nobody can access it. But now we see a development and some debates around this act that data platforms are being developed. And that shows that there is a willingness to deal with this data to provide better mobility services. I think this is a very complex interdependability, and the public sector and private sector are working together. Obviously, there are some laws that regulate the market entrance for mobility, and this is a place where we have to be careful, because this is a part of basic human needs in terms of mobility. Thank you very much. I'd like to add some questions from the audience and maybe go into detail. There are some questions about what kind of solutions fall under Chapter 3. There are some detailed questions. I would suggest that we Anna can answer directly. I don't know if we have time for this, for a public forum, but I would like to summarize some questions. Especially the connection between the DGA and the GDPR. It looks like DGA does not want to provide measures, but maybe some sort of framework first. And once we have the framework, we can look at data processing afterwards. For example, in Germany, we have a digital patient file act. And there is an option to withdraw consent for sharing of those data. And then there's a question about digital intermediaries in the education sector. That would be a question for Rima. Maybe you can talk about e-learning. What kind of use cases do we have for data sharing there? What's your perspective so that the DGA doesn't even want to give people the option to use it, but merely provide a framework? Maybe you can elaborate on that.
So can I just get a bit clearer on e-learning in the UK? Could you just repeat that question again?
Die Frage von Jonas Vollmer,
the question is by Jonas Vollmer. Where would data trusts and DGA where are they relevant in the education sector in terms of teaching and learning? Are there use cases for that, for digital learning?
It's a really interesting example. So we did review over 100 case studies of data trust type initiative, but they are often described in very different ways. So that's a really interesting example. I don't actually recall seeing any practical examples of educational initiative. The area in which practice is most developed is in the health and care data space. So that's a really, really interesting example. And I think there's some reasons for that. So often the health and care regulatory landscape has adapted and evolved quite a lot to enable the sharing and access of sensitive data in ways that are trustworthy because of the sort of need to respond to that. But also in the education space, I think there's additional sensitivities around the age of the people that might be involved. So I think there's some sort of really important things to think about in terms of using data trust type models in the education sector, and that kind of question of how to enable co-production is really interesting. One area I think that might be worth looking at, one of the case studies that we looked at is the Wellcome Trust mental health data bank model, where they are actually actively engaging young people in understanding young people's views on how mental health data could be governed sensitively and safely. And so they've got a really interesting set of deliberative and participatory projects that they're piloting at the moment. It's of course high risk anytime that you think about engaging or involving children and young people. I'm hoping that answers your question. It sort of slightly skirts around the question, but it kind of draws from the research that we've got and we have underway.
Ja, vielen Dank. Dann würde ich
Thank you. I would say that this is the final round now. And Anna in Luxembourg, maybe we can discuss the question again. Maybe if you're looking, or if you're an audience here and audience member here, and how is regulation seen in combination with each other? The GDPR, the DGA, what are the interconnections between those regulation packages? Does it go together? Maybe Aline can also answer this. Maybe she can elaborate on gray areas, blind spots, not only the DGA, but other regulations as well. And then finally, I'd like to ask Mr. Gunevik to elaborate from a German public administration standpoint, this massive load of regulation that comes from the EU. How does it affect German governance? What are the challenges? And the order is the same as I just said. I'll be super brief. Yes, we're trying to get a coherent framework, legal framework, but many of the suggestions deal with different types of projects. The DGA has horizontal usage of data, and the GDPR deals with protection of personal data. DSA deal with yet another system, but it's clear that we definitely want a coherent framework so that everybody can deal with this. Thank you very much for letting me participate. We have 10 minutes. So you didn't have to be super quick, but maybe Aline can elaborate a little more, who can provide her 2 cents about data regulation and data economy. Well, maybe we can look at what kind of relationship the DGA has to the GDPR and the DMA. Luisa and I, we talked to a lot of companies and startups who'd never heard of the DGA before. So it's a smaller profile, and we're dealing with it. And a lot of startups don't have a legal department, so they might be blindsided a little bit. So maybe it will impact smaller companies or startups even more because they don't have a legal department, and the impact is asymmetrical. And that's something you have to be aware of. Obviously, there are associations that help with it, but we could say that we can use the DGA to target larger enterprise type companies, but that will be useful to be included in the law, obviously. And I would like to talk about the relationship with GDPR next. Also, replying to the question that Ingrid Schneider asked, it's a good question whether intermediaries can provide good protection, but we kind of have to see if companies that have data provide good protection. And the GDPR has this large conflict between an opt-in and opt-out. And we know if consumers have to decide to either voluntarily share their data or they're just confronted with it, the result should be the same, actually. If people have to say, I want to donate this point of data, that's something that, they might not want. I think providing more opt-in would be an option, would be nice. If we don't want to do the opt-out option, I would like to have some meta version. Maybe I say, yes, I want to donate all of my data and I don't have to confirm it each time. And I think a lot of consumers aren't even willing to deal with these topics in detail. And they might benefit from having an intermediary who represents them. There are some interesting processes in the UK to have several levels and have someone who is specialized, who looks at the data, and they represent the data of patients, a dedicated person who does that. And I think evidence-based studies have shown that this is something that makes sense, and it's better for people as opposed to having them decide as patients or user. Now, I'd like to add one point to about the DMA. We talked about this earlier. Access to data is a very important topic, especially to open markets more. And I think I'm a little skeptical here. The DGA kind of tries to go in that way, but doesn't really focus on the big players. And because regulation affects smaller companies more, could mean that those small companies don't grow as much. And I think you have to make a decision. Do you want to support smaller companies or weaken bigger companies? So I feel like the truth is somewhere in between. It's not going to bite as much as we want it to. But this is regulatory innovation, as Anna said earlier. And when we notice that the effects aren't as strong, we'd probably have to go back and readjust. Well, thank you. From startups without legal departments and who aren't even, focusing on legal stuff as much, and to a perspective where legal frameworks are super important. I think Dr. Gunevik is dealing with exactly that opposite. What's the perspective from public administration in terms of regulation to come? You don't have to focus on the DGA, but all of the regulation that we've seen. How are you preparing for it, and what's your perspective on it? Is there too much regulation? Is it too little? Is it just right? Well, yeah, I mean, I'm in a federal state government, so we also deal with regulation, and we're proposing regulation. And we're also in several councils of the German Bundesrat. So we had a conference for all traffic ministers, and we talked about this. And me, as the representative for North Rhine-Westphalia, we all came to the conclusion that we need a data strategy. So especially a mobility data regulation, so we can have all the levels that we need. And it's a very complex field, so that takes time. And I think a better dealing with data or mobility data in a better way is definitely something we can benefit from. So mobility politics has mainly focused on public transport and how to regulate streets, etc. But there are some parts that are new in terms of dealing with data, and we have started organizing it differently. So a ministry usually has three options, three parts. Executing laws and drafting them, and we're participating in that. Okay, the first one is making the laws, then the second part would be supporting initiatives, and the third part would be coordination and executing on what we decided. So the good coordination is very important. An example for that, we have 4 different fare systems for public transport, and they were kind of competing with each other, even though their areas are protected, so there can't be any competition. So we try to moderate and motivate to have a single unified system for online ticketing. And that kind of shows that it makes sense to have different parties come together. And we have the public sector companies, private companies, and the government. So this trifecta works together. Okay, now this is now our final round. A little bit of a pointed question now. Let's imagine we're all here in Berlin, and there's a group of young people that comes in and says, we would like to be a data intermediary company, and we want to be neutral, and we want to make sure everybody's interests are met. What would you say to them if you had the chance? What kind of piece of advice would you give? Should they lobby against the DGA? Should they move out of the EU? Should they look for venture capital, or should they try to be bought out by some other company? What kind of advice would you give to those companies? Well, I still have hope that the DGA doesn't kill all forms of innovation. I think there's huge need in terms of consumer data. And I would hope a bunch of motivated people come and look at it and deal with it. For many, it looks like there's no way out, but no, we know we can form a critical mass. We learned a bunch of things, what happens, or what works, what doesn't work. And I think giving more focus on consumer rights, that would be something. Dr. Gunevik, if this young developer team came to you, we want intermodal traffic app for North Rhine-Westphalia, what would you say to them? That's not even a hypothetical. We have a lot of talks with startups. We're in the focus. We're at the center of mobility data provision. There are initiatives like the mobility data space, for example, and everybody has their own role and can participate in the market. So definitely become a member in the mobility data space. Okay, quick question for Anna, or a quick reply. I would love to meet those startups and would wish them best of lucks and offer offer advice by Aline Blankert. Okay. Rima, what's your perspective in London? What would you tell these motivated people who would want to be a data trust? What would you say to them?
So just from that research review, we identified that one of the barriers to innovative models was a lack of access to resources and funding, particularly in the civil society space, and especially around the sustainability of those sorts of things. So very interesting innovative approaches such as data cooperatives and those sorts of approaches that have been prototyped and piloted, but actually they struggle to be sustainable because of essentially the sort of commercial investment tends to be largely the investment that goes into this sort of work. Where we saw interesting examples, it tended to be largely public body putting resources in and funding them, and also independent philanthropic trusts like the Wellcome Trust. So going back to the earlier point, I think there's something about how to make sure that the regulation is complemented with the resources that enable a plurality of these models to exist, so that you don't have regulation that actually implicitly favors commercial models. I think it's about more than just regulation. It's actually about creating a level playing field that allows the group of young people to be able to, essentially sort of be in a space where private sector companies and commercial companies have lots of other advantages. So that's kind of skill, that's around access to technical infrastructure, that's around investments that is sustainable. So there's a lot to think about there, but I think those are really important. I would really encourage thinking yes, about the importance of ensuring the legislation and regulation isn't a barrier, but also thinking more broadly in that space about what else needs to be in place for those young people to be able to make a success of what they're trying to do. And of course, we also need to respect privacy rights and so on. So I think that that's kind of a really tricky balance, and the European Commission have their work cut out for them. So good luck with it. I am excited to see what comes next.
Ja, vielen Dank. Damit gebe ich zurück an die.
Thank you very much. I'd say we have a lunch break now. Thank you, Michael, for the panels. I'm just here to say we have around 45 minutes of a lunch break. We'll be back in room 1 at 1:30. There will be a short intermezzo from Mario Martini from the University of Speyer, and then we'll continue having parallel sessions. Enjoy your lunch and see you soon.
Hallo und herzlich willkommen zurück. Ich hoffe, Sie hatten alle eine schöne Mittagspause.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. My name is Geraldine de Bastian. I'm looking forward to spend this evening with you talking about the visions for Digital Europe 2025. Before we go on with our parallel discussions, we have a short intermezzo with Mario Martini. He holds the chair of Public Administrative Law at the University of Speyer, and he also works at the Public Institute for Public Administration. Hello. Hello, dear ladies and gentlemen. How can Europe be able to tackle the challenges by digitalization? Well, the human being has a higher category than a machine. And that also means that the machine needs to work for the person, for the individual, not the other way around. And that has also been expressed in the European data strategy. Its ambitious goal is targeting an architecture of trust and of reliability, as Nikolay expressed today. People should be inspired to feed in their data as necessary element to make able future growth. So we also would need security mechanism to make sure trustworthiness is given. The European Union reacts to that with four legislation proposals, two of them. The Digital Service Act and the AI regulation will be addressed in two parallel sessions. We have star speakers with us from prominent think tanks as well as high representatives of politics and high-ranking scientists. In the first place, we cast a look at the protection of the citizen in the digital world. In this digital world, the human being turns into a point of analysis for data, point of data analysis. It is not, we know in the meantime that it's not everything is for our welfare. For example, Facebook. So how can we protect the individual in a digital world? Should we just claim to the skies and ask our gods, what do we have to do? Probably the answer would be that God helps those who help themselves. So we need to start the search for the right questions and replies, and I think we have brought together the right panel guests. In the second part, we are going to have a look at the AI regulation. AI is not as far advanced as to be equal with the human being, but it can control human beings. So there is a range of risks which need to be tackled. But the AI, there are a lot of challenges coming up. Other techniques, like social scoring, are meant to be totally prohibited. Is this the right path? Will the European Union find the right compromise? These are the answers we are looking for. And we will hear now about. Thank you. Mr. Martini, for the overview of the sessions coming up now. That makes my task a lot easier. So I would now only like to summarize. If you are now in room 2, then you can hear the session about AI regulation, a critical glance of its role in Europe. And in the room 1, if you stay with me, I'm looking forward to the debate about data sovereignty and data protection, to which I welcome you now. Okay, let's talk about the tension field. This tension field, which consists, on the one hand, by the reproach that data protection is, well, bad for innovation and that we in Europe are not leading in innovation. On the other hand, there is the hope that more and more digital actors, above all founders of startups, see it as a driver. Why is data protection perceived by the discussions participants as a driver, and how can we regulate our digital landscape? Also, how is this related to the trendy term of data sovereignty? This is what we are going to discuss with 4 selected panelists. Anna Fiedler, president of EDNI, that's an association of digital services in Europe. She has been working as a lawyer for consumer protection for a long time. Welcome here with us. Welcome, Anne Richard. She is leading scientist in the Foundation Data Protection at the Frankfurt University for Applied Sciences since 2009 as a lawyer for data protection rights. Welcome, Anne Richard. I'm looking forward as well to Nicolas Forgo, professor for technology and IT, right, and president of the Institute of the Vienna University. Welcome. And last but not least, Jan Philipp Albrecht, Minister for Energy Transformation in Schleswig-Holstein. I'm very happy to welcome you all to discuss. I would like to start with the question addressed at you, Jan Philipp. How do you experience this? The tension arising between data economy, data protection, and how has this issue changed since the introduction? Hello, I'm happy to be here. Great that the conference takes place in this format and that there are so high-ranking guests. According to the GDPR, of course, or after the GDPR, the question was discussed how to process data and how to use data. That was a broad discussion. And I'm sure that a lot of new ideas surfaced about how to treat data, evaluate them, analyze them while taking into account data protection. So it's also a big labor market for experts. A big market has started because now people are thinking about how to analyze data in a positive way. I think this is a positive impulse that has triggered a lot of innovation, and that contributes to the predisposition of the citizens to donate data for trustworthy appliances. An example, the development of the COVID alerting app in Germany. This shows that things that were formerly thought to be impossible now do work, and also under the authorship of public administration. Okay, let me see if the other panelists share these impressions. Specifically in the last years, since the introduction of the GDPR, I do not only see representatives of the civil society, but also other representatives who would say yes to data protection and see it as an innovation driver. So, Mr. Forger, would you affirm this from your Austrian perspective? Is this congruent with your experience? Yeah, of course, the data protection drives innovation and secures jobs. Maybe not always, but many times, many lawyers in Europe now know their data law very well, and many politicians have their own opinion on the development on technologies. We know that this is less successful in Europe than in other parts of the world. This would need to be discussed. The data protection also for the industry since 2012. This is when the European Commission in January proposed the GDPR. So this will be 10 years ago now. So the GDPR is 10 years old. And in my opinion, nothing has happened since then. So I think that the next 10 years we should invest our time to bring the right technology for this high data protection level in Europe. In the last years and months, a lot has happened. For example, the pandemic. So we need to be very careful that people do not
Bekämpfung verwechseln. Das ist auch ein Trend, den ich in den letzten Monaten gesehen habe.
Do not mix up the two concepts, as we have seen in the last months. So in the first place, we would need more technology in Europe. And second, we need to make clearer which digitalization deficiencies exist and which data protection deficiencies exist. Yeah, thank you for this point of view. So the question from the perspective of which economy data protection is rather negative and not a driver. So I would like to give the question over to you, Anne, because of course data protection has shown its efficiency for our everyday lives. Where are the critical aspects for you in its implementation? Well, the GDPR or its overall implementation needs to cast a closer look. The technology is constantly evolving. And then we would need to look at the European level for solutions that tackle with this. So we need systems, reliable systems, when it comes to data protection and the, for example, conformity evaluation. Of course, there can also be self-controls in the context of this regulation, of this AI regulation. So should it be shaped in a way that there is a homogeneity assessment by a third party? How can I have trust as an individual user without having to know all about this technology? All what we see as user is that profiles are being built, and the creation of profiles according to the GDPR has not been recognized as a risk as it should be. It's not only about automated decisions affecting the user and putting the user at risk, but also the creation of profiles does this. So these algorithms and complex decision processes
nicht mehr in dieser Tiefe durchblicken kann, wie es notwendig
it's difficult to see through all of it. So it would be necessary to create trust. Yes, thank you. Mrs. Fielder, how do you see the active measures about the GDPR carried out by different civil society organizations? Do you think about other instruments or tools that would make the work with this legislative framework easier for different organizations?
Well, first of all, thank you for having
Ja, also,
me.
danke mal, dass
Can
Sie
you
mich
hear
hier
me?
eingeladen.
Sorry,
Oh.
I have the English translation in my ear. Let me just take it off if I can. Right, sorry about this. And sorry, I don't speak German, but I think you can hear me well now. Thank you for having me. First of all, I'm not a lawyer. I'm a consumer advocate and a privacy advocate and a digital rights activist. And I represent the European Digital Rights Organization, which is a pan-European organization. To answer your question, in respect of the centrality of data protection, I heard some very optimistic views on this panel, but also the need to develop further. And maybe that's because the implementation in Germany is really good, above the rest of Europe. But what proves the real importance of data protection to us is the fact that in its absence, you have a tsunami of data exploitation. And this is proven now because it is not enforced properly in many countries of Europe and Europe generally. And this is shown by a lot of practical research by our members that show what happens when you don't have effective data protection and effective implementation. And just to give you some examples, our members have done research on menstruation apps and shown how invasive the life of women has become because they rely on these online apps. They've done research into data brokers and have they shown huge data exploitation and profiling. They have done research into dating apps and have shown the enormous data exploitation that happens online. So we have a situation when there is no effective enforcement, and I hope we can talk more about how to achieve that. We have also a situation where the data protection authorities, apart from their resourcing issues, are not at the moment cooperating effectively with the organizations that are helping them, the digital rights watchdogs that are engaging in strategic litigation increasingly, including in Germany and Austria and so on. And finally, we're also, I had mentioned, there's a limiting provision in GDPR which only refers to automated decision-making, which under the current technological developments is by far not sufficient. That's why we have a whole raft of legislation coming up on the European level to try and cover those gaps, like the Digital Services Act, the Digital Markets Act, the Data Act, a whole alphabet soup of laws that are coming up to help that gap. So that's just an initial comment on your question. Thank you.
Vielen Dank dafür und ich würde natürlich sehr gerne dann im nächsten Schritt eben auch Ihre
Thank
Ideen.
you. And in the next step, I would also like to hear your proposals for the areas you have just mentioned. About the curation and the interdependencies of these new legislative proposals. Mr. Albrecht, Jan-Philipp Albrecht, In the welcoming address, the GDPR was mentioned as a foundation for further measures to be taken in the on the European level, such as the Digital Service Act or Digital Markets Act that are coming up now. And Anna Fieler just mentioned and that there are big sections where, in spite of the GDPR, our data is not protected. So what's the idea from your personal view? How can we achieve the next step? And maybe there are other areas which are not sufficiently technically in the GDPR. Well, the GDPR is oriented or is based upon principles, and it's a foundation one can build up on. So the GDPR does not answer all questions, but gives you the tools to answer all questions for the technical design and the individual rights, as well as for the surveillance by independent authorities. These authorities have the task not only to follow a line and show clearly how to apply these principles in new technological areas. No, they also have the task to implement rightly what we have. And that's one of the main reasons, or was one of the main reasons, of the GDPR. Enforced principle, make data protection an enforced principle, not only a claim. And this is happening right now. Nevertheless, in the areas where we know that technological innovation and challenges are happening, we need further legal provisions. The draft legislation has all been mentioned. We would still need to think very clearly which mechanisms or which security provisions will be needed so that we do avoid unintended interventions or attacks on the individual's liberty or unlawful competition. Also, we need to point out how these technological areas could be developed. The data protection, I would like to say this here, data protection cannot be opposed to what can be done in the area of data processing. The rules laid down in the GDPR have always been very clearly formulated so that there is a possibility for data processing and nothing is absolutely prohibited, but we talk about standards that need to be added in. There should be more positive formulation and investment, as Mr. Vogel mentioned. We now need to concentrate on promoting the positive development. You said that the alerting COVID app was not perceived positively. For me, it's a positive example because it had broad tolerance. It met with broad tolerance also in the international comparison, and it was technically useful for its purposes in the pandemic in comparison to some other innovative project that has not really met its goal. So we would need to concentrate on finding out the different paths and describing them, the different possible paths. Thank you. You also answered the question from the chat. Maybe let me say here that again, that please do ask us questions, and if in the chat. And of course, you, the panelists, can also do that. You can also raise your hand if you would like to comment, ask something. Now, let us tackle the other topic. Mr. Forgo, you said before that we would not only need an effective implementation of the GDPR, but also we would need to think about the data spaces we are generating. Maybe from your perspective, you could describe the definition of data sovereignty and how related to data protection. I have not used this term or concept, and I find it rather difficult because it's used many times instead of the data protection or the data protection law or rights. But I do not see the relation here. And Jan Philipp Albrecht has also stressed this. It's not about substituting data protection right. No, we want to protect basic rights. It's a very important basic right. And on the other hand, we want to make sure that this basic right protections functions so that the technological perspective or side is, or space is controlled, and it's like two sides of the same thing.
Und da kann ich nur noch mal sagen, wir haben in Europa,
so I can only repeat that in Europe in the last 10 years,
glaube ich, nicht besonders gut Fortschritte gemacht.
We have not made great progress with the technologies we would like to regulate. Already 10 years ago, GDPR was understood as Lex Facebook or Google, and others have joined now, like Instagram or TikTok. So this is the situation we have. This needs to be said. But we cannot replace data protection with data sovereignty and carry on as up to now. No, we need to make innovations possible, and that is not always achieved through regulations, but neither through ignoring the applicable law. So we would need to face this. About the app and the handling of Corona, I don't want to say a lot about the German app, but what has come true, I think, at least, is that we have seen that technology cannot be the solution to all problems, and also not in the regulatory embedment, and that the discussion evolving around the green digital certificate, well, that would be an example I really like to mention here. That was to be able to travel through Europe in times of the pandemic.
Nicht wahrgenommen, weil Zeitdruck bestand. Ich bin jetzt gerade in Italien. Dieser schöne Hintergrund ist leider nicht mein Wohnzimmer. In Italien ist der gerade trendende Hashtag auf Twitter, das angeblich, keine Ahnung, ob es wirklich stimmt, aber angeblich das Root-Zertifikat für die grünen
I'm currently in Italy. This is not my my personal library in the background. So we now currently have a trend on Twitter about the digital green pass, and that people get issued their certificates. That's true. I don't know if it is. It is just a Twitter trend. Then that's a issue that we could have been able to see this in an evaluation prior to implementing it. I wouldn't say it's necessarily a conflict, but you know, you can't really say that everything digital is just perfect. How would you see this term, Ms. Richard? Do you also have the same impression that this term is an attempt to politicize or politicize your own data, or making the debate bigger again now? Personal data management. How would you see this? I also see data sovereignty as a difficult term. I am in a project group at the moment, and we are trying to work on this term interdisciplinarily. And it seems everybody has their own personal definition of it, which is why we would probably have to define it first. I would say that this term should only be used within our existing frame of data protection. So we shouldn't try to replace the GDPR principles or the principle of data minimization to replace with data sovereignty. It is more of the political term, like digital sovereignty was. So we kind of have to think, is this something different? Is it the same? And if you want to talk about this term, we will have to be in line with the GDPR. So my personal opinion would be we can discuss it. It gives people a better competence to make decisions about their data. But it needs to be possible to have a different system for people to make a decision. So algorithms can provide that, for example. Of course, we can start with this concept, for example, in grade school. There's a group in Frankfurt called Takiros, and they're starting in kindergarten to teach people or teach kids about data sovereignty, about making decisions about their data and knowing risks about data. And I think this has to start very early, because that's how people or kids can learn it in a playful way. Another concept linked to data sovereignty is privacy by design, meaning including this into technology in the first place. If I look at the Data Governance Act and I see terms like data altruism or data trusts, then this can only be in unison with the GDPR. So if I want to donate my data, then this has to be in line with the GDPR. Or if I look at data trusts, which offers a lot of opportunities, it still has to be in line with the personal decision on data of each individual. Well, thank you. I'm sorry, what was going on? I didn't hear the last part.
Wir warten natürlich immer noch, bis die Übersetzung zu Ende ist. Deswegen gibt es manchmal ein paar Pausen dazu.
I'm sorry, there was a lag. I missed what she said. Anna, did you want to say something? I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't hear that part. I'm sorry.
This is a really important and interesting discussion, and I wanted to follow up on something that Jan Albrecht said, and also on something that Mr. Forgo said. Jan said the GDPR has important principle and implementation tools, which is totally correct. These implementation tools need to be practically developed further because they're not used to the full throughout Europe. But I also wanted to mention another tool which is not mentioned very often, which is happening more and more, and we call it strategic litigation. And what happens is that a lot of digital rights and other organizations have got together to do research, do the evidence, and then take the offenders to court or complain to the authorities. So this is a real support to the authorities in serving the implementation, and yet is barely mentioned by the authorities. Very often it's not supported by the authorities. I can recall that in the UK, one of our members even has taken the DPA to court for not listening to the evidence. And what is also ironic that these amazing initiatives, and you've got a panel that no doubt will mention it because it's got Max Schrems on it that engages a lot in these activities. But what's not mentioned very often, that this is funded not by European funds, but by US foundations. So you have the Digital Freedom Fund, you have the Ford Foundation, you have Mozilla, you have OSF. All these people are funding GDPR implementation activities by civil society. It's not a public support. That is worth bringing to the attention because, you know, it's a very important issue. The other issue I wanted to mention and follow up on the technology, the distinguished guests here may recall that there was an episode with a US fund that funds a lot of the public research into technologies, and public funds have funded the encryption technologies used by Signal and used by apps. Public funds have funded the internet itself. Public funds have even funded the initial Google algorithm, and then it was taken up by companies and they're not paying their taxes to return there. So, you know, to me, if we talk about digital sovereignty, and incidentally, I don't like that term because if you are an English speaker, that invokes authoritative ultimate power, and I don't think we're talking about that. But to me, what is important if you want autonomy, if you want to develop technologies and innovation on the European front, is investment, public investment into infrastructure. So, you know, this is already happening to some extent by the Horizon 2020 program, but you need to encourage this kind of public, and as we've seen in the US, they don't have a lot of funds in this public fund, but they have been able to develop a lot of technologies. We need to do the same in Europe. Thank you.
Dankeschön, das sind sehr wichtige Punkte und vielleicht auch einer der...
Thank you very much. Those are very important points. And it kind of matches our program today. We talk a lot about policy here,
noch durch andere
but
Unterstützungsmechanismen.
there are other funding mechanisms and options, and I think that's something that could be included in our program. I think it works well. Jan Philipp, I have another thing I want to mention, things that Anne had pointed out, and to end the sovereignty round. Nobody seems to be a fan of this term. And how do we manage our data differently in public administration? And that's another concept that we need to talk about. There is a lot of confusion on the government level regarding the usage of data for the public good, also in cooperation or in combination, actually, with individual persons. Maybe you can talk about the sovereignty term in your government's function. Well, this term of sovereignty is important, but it should probably stay where it came from, talking about the sovereignty of society. the sovereignty of a democratic policymaker, for example, as European Union or member states of the European Union, we should still be sovereign in our decision making. And that is something we strengthen by shared laws, common laws. And it also has something to do with independence. And I think that in Europe, we lost around 10 to 15 years in building up technological sovereignty. So the decisions in terms of technology were outsourced to other parties. And here we're talking about open standards. And I'm pretty sure that on the European market, we can use the leverage of public tenders, and we have to use those to subsidize open standards. So people or companies on the European market who have competitive products but aren't funded in a certain way have disadvantages. So they have no chance to compete, and that has something to do with sovereignty. When we're talking about individual data sovereignty, that is something I share with people who participated here. I think sovereignty is a critical term. Anna mentioned autonomy, and I think self-determination in German. This old term that is kind of hard, but that kind of covers what we're talking about, that us as consumers, we can choose between options in a self-determined way, and that we have all the tools, all the knowledge, all the opportunities that we need to make our decision. And now that we've been talking about technical tools, we have privacy issues, cookies, for example, and we haven't been able to put that into the GDPR. And it's a matter of looking at trustworthy platforms and interfaces where I personally, as an individual, I can choose in a self-determined way how I'm going to deal with my data. A lot of people can't do that because they can't read those service agreements. They don't want to click everywhere to see what kind of chances we have. So we need to empower people. That is something that we need to put into our political decision making. There have been some questions in the chat. This is a question for Nikolaus Forgel. We're talking about data portability and the rights to your own data in an individual way. We had tried to talk about this in our first panel. We had someone there on the panel who works at Facebook, and she pointed out that this might actually be a safety issue. What do you think? What kind of chances do we have on the level that has been mentioned before to continue in the part of open standards? We are dealing with fragmented data, and I would like to know what your proposals were in this direction. I'll start with data portability. We all kind of have to first get on the same page that this is actually an important thing. And convincing people to do something is an entirely different concept from forcing them to do something. So we need tools that work, and then we'll have to add, and by the way, it's open standard and it's good because XYZ. it is hard to convince people with just compatibility. And in terms of regulation, we need to communicate what we want. It's not like that we can't talk about or reach an agreement about a topic that has been discussed for 10 years. It is a frustratingly long process, and there is a major debate going on about basic rights. And we need to make sure that we, get around to the conflicts and solve those. And then we have our lawyers discussing and debating it for decades about problems that can't be solved because the underlying conflict has not been resolved. The cookie debate, for example, is one of those. It has been in my life for 20 to 30 years, and basically nothing changed. And there are people who take a basic stance, a basic human rights stance, and other people are on other sides. And it gets delegated into these legal debates. And so sometimes they don't even enter regulation at all, or in such a diluted way that they're useless. So digital sovereignty, the way it was named before, it's a difficult decision or difficult thing to talk about. Then another topic would be data mining, and how can we put that into legislation, or how can we collect data for research? Nobody really knows how to go about this because we have talked around it, and a question like, can I collect, as a researcher, Facebook data without violating the GDPR? You have to write huge disclaimers. So some of these questions, you can't find an answer to them. It's just impossible. And I don't think that there are researchers that are really keen on getting into this field because it is really hard. Okay, so we have to look at conflicts. We need to deal with our conflicts, and we need to find some sort of basic orientation, how we can deal with basic issues.
Ja, Entschuldigung, das waren tatsächlich viele Fragen auf einmal. Das war so mit Hinblick auf die Zeit, dass wir noch alle
Those are a lot of questions. So now I have a question from the chat. Thank you very much. Please continue asking questions.
So
we have this
big.
So we have these warning letter thing that comes up over and over again with new laws.
How can we?
How can we convince people that data protection is not only for the greater good, but for an individual person?
Also die große Abmahnwelle ist ja.
The big waves of processes has not come, or demands, for legal demands. And what was the question, how to convince the individual person to see data protection as something important? Well, it was that there was not a wave of legal claims, but maybe there is fear that sanctions might follow. How do you face these fears on the one hand, and on the other hand, the question also was about how getting on board more citizens, convince them of the advantages of data protection. Well, I think the convincing work can only happen in a certain way. As a citizen, you have to put some interest into data protection.
gewissen Plattformen auch
when it
tatsächlich
comes to certain platforms or techniques, critical attitudes are on the rise. For example, one could debate these things in schools, and again, topic of education, we can try to get the children on board, focusing on the chances and risks of digitalization. And as the foundation for data protection, we are, well, we have a lot of requests, but I cannot say so much about this request. We can only trigger discussions in this context. We cannot really face fears. We can try to collect the trust of the citizens by presenting the now available techniques, services, maybe also the services one would rather not use. How can we get the society on board in the discussion about AI? There's no other way as through debate, or discussions, or educational offers. Right. This is also part of the question of the numbness we experience day by day, or growing numbers when we see different data scandals. And there have been hacks, big data hacks. So what do we do against this, well, tiredness or numbness in this area? Oh, Anna?
Sorry, there is a lag. I didn't hear very well. On the question of how do you convince citizens, I mean,
also,
what is really important to remember that there is a huge information gap between what happens online and what happens in services, and what people are informed and know that's happening. So as long as you have this huge information gap, and as long as people go about their daily lives trying to, you know, do all the normal familiar things, you cannot turn everybody into technology scientists. It's not possible. The way, I mean, I have 6 grandchildren aged between 12 and 5, and they do get a lot of education in school about dangers online and cyberbullying. A lot of them have their phones in their bedrooms and so on. So, you know, people know what's evident. They know about being bullied online. They know about the harms and hate speech online. They don't know necessarily about dark patterns, about impeachment of data protection principles and so on. So yes, education is very helpful, but also individuals cannot solve everything. You need support by legislation, effective legislation that is nimble and that follows the technology fast enough, which is not happening at the moment. Legislation is far too slow, so the technology develops at a pace that legislation always has to keep up. And you need implementation. And yes, you do need technologies, open source technologies that enable citizens to have innovation and take control. So there is a balance of all these things. And you know, you need to take the whole world with you, particularly the US companies as well, that are not respecting these laws. How do we do that? How to achieve that? Well, I repeat, collective collaboration and cooperation in democracies is very, very important.
Absolut, weswegen es ja auch so wichtig ist, dass es
yes. This is where the association EDRI, the grouping association EDRI and all its member associations exists. And in addition to fostering open data resources. Also, the civil society organizations play a role in supporting the citizens. Mr. Philipp Albrecht, one question to you before coming to the final round about the federal government that is being built right now from the Council of Ecology with different stakeholders and representatives. They asked for including the data sovereignty in our constitution. Some criticism has been expressed about this. May you give us your opinion? What's your stand on this? And what's for you the task for this coming federal government to make sure that data protection is a basic also in the future? Well, I'm not a great fan of solving things by writing them in the Constitution. I have my reserves about that. Nevertheless, there are arguments for it. As, for example, the European Union did with the Basic Rights Charter 2009. There, a big step was being made also in our constitution, also in the field of data protection. So what would we need to achieve here? Well, how can we improve the position of the human being in the digital economy, the consumer in the digital economy? How can we support this human being in this economy? How can we foster self-determination we know and self-regulation we know from the analog, the real world, even though it's not perfect? I think this is only possible with very specific approaches within a political program and within legislation or through legislation. And I'm of the opinion that not everything can be regulated, but some are very relevant. For example, the logic behind an automatic processing needs to be open to everyone. It needs to be transparent. Specifically, the automated processing modalities should be transparent, also artificial intelligence. So it's very important that there are legislative provisions put in place there now. How data trusts or data intermediaries or data trust organizations can facilitate self-regulation and determination for their users. And we need to set a clear course when it comes specifically to ethical questions. That is also being conducted right now with the Digital Services Act. How much personally targeted advertising do we want? These are ethical basic questions we need to answer as a society, not so much the legislator. And it's possible now, not before. Before we couldn't track somebody for such a long time and then show him just the right ads. That's possible today, as many other technological things. So as society, we need to take new decisions, which is of big relevance. So we need to move the debate from the internet policy to all areas and spheres of society. This is only a task of the new government. Thank you. So I would now like to invite everybody to a short final statement, one sentence if possible. How does a good working data protection look for you in Europe 2029? Mr. Forgo. Well, it's a general political topic, as Mr. Albrecht just mentioned, and it's not a secondary derived law or act. Thank you. Mrs. Richard, yes, I am of the same opinion.
But
also, to talk about data sovereignty, we should only choose new terms if we can fill them up with content and they are not opposed to the GDPR. Thank you. Ms. Filder. Mrs. Filder.
Thank you very much. Yes, implement GDPR effectively, collaborate, have these public discussions. And may I say as a final, in order to help this, sign on to our European Citizen Initiative to ban targeted advertising and biometric mass surveillance. It's all online, needs your signature. It's a popular initiative that will help towards it. Thank you.
Vielen Dank und auch vielen Dank, dass Sie nochmal darauf hingewiesen haben. Ich möchte auch nochmal alle ermutigen, zu unterzeichnen.
Thank you. I would also invite all to please sign or get more information. Yes, I'm of the same opinion as the other speakers. I would like to thank you, Geraldine, for the great moderation, and I'm looking forward for more such debates. Thank you. Me too.
Thank you.
I wish you a nice day. Thank you for the really interesting discussion. We move on to the next parallel sessions about AI with the session International Perspective on AI Regulation in the European Union. Of course, we have a global responsibility. And in the room 1, I'm now giving the floor for disinformation, a threat for public discourse and freedom of expression. And I give over to the next moderator from the Heinrich-Böll-Stiftung. Yeah, hi. Welcome to this panel. I'm president of the EU policy program at the Heinrich-Böll Foundation in Brussels. This panel will happen in German. Only one panelist speaks English. If you don't understand it, you can join the German interpretation. And I will read questions from the chat and integrate them in the discussion. Today we have 4 speakers. One of them is here with me in the studio at IRETS, and I would like to introduce the topic now. It's about disinformation. Germany just had an election, still tired from it, because of the COVID pandemic. Many of it has happened online with the typical problems we know from the last US general elections: hate speeches, disinformation, disaggregation of candidates, and it was clear that something needs to happen. We need higher media competence in the general public and clear rules against the dissemination of hate speeches on the internet and for a disintoxication of our culture of discussion. How can we do that? The European Union is setting the trend again with the Digital Governance Act and others. Other countries are looking at us closely. And today we ask the question, does the business model of these tech giants need to change because it leads to dissemination of violence on the internet? This is what I will discuss today with our panelists. We have Ellen Judson, the English speaker. She is the senior researcher at the London think tank Demos in London. You know her from projects like Gender in Hate, about gender-specific disinformation on the internet. Then we have Felix Carter. He is senior advisor at Reset, that's an initiative for digital democracy. And before, he was a long-standing collaborator for the European Foreign Service in Brussels and has occupied himself with risks of the internet. Then we have Jorgen Klauser with us at the studio. He's journalist at the university, at the Tagesspiegel, and he researches, amongst other places, at the University of Bielefeld and on platform regulation. And then we have also Jana Müller-Brink, policy advisor and researcher about public participation and public eye rights. And I would like to begin with Ellen, our English speaking participant. Why is disinformation such an issue? Why is it so successful?
Thanks so much, Zora, and thanks so much for having me. It's really, really good to be here with you all. So I'm from Demos, a think tank in London, where we've been researching disinformation for many years, and over the last couple of years, looking at the kind of UK proposals for social media regulation and what kind of impact that might have. In terms of why disinformation is so successful, it's really believed because it's believable. It's designed to be believable. It's successful disinformation campaigns that we see them playing off existing views, existing rumors or stereotypes that might be quite pervasive in the society or the context that they're aiming to target. And then we see the information that's trying to be communicated packaged up in a believable way. So from people claiming they've heard something from an authoritative source, and so they just want to share it with everybody, or excuse me, that they've seen something and they're going to share, this image that they've got access to that other people don't. It's really designed in order to make people believe it. But what it aims to do can also vary. It's not just that it's trying to get people to believe a specific piece of information that is true, which is not, because that can be very difficult, and that's going to take oftentimes more than one kind of social media post to make somebody believe something. But it's about shifting the whole discussion around the issue that the disinformation is trying to target, kind of inflaming certain debates, making things more divisive, even just causing chaos and making people really confused about what they can believe. You see disinformation, you see people calling out the disinformation, you see others claiming the original disinformation was true and the call out is the real disinformation. And it just creates this kind of information environment where people don't know what to trust and they don't know what's real, what's credible. And if they see something that sounds plausible, looks plausible, and maybe kind of chimes with things that they think and things that they believe, they might be more likely to accept that as the easiest version to go with. I think why people share disinformation is a really interesting question, because obviously in a coordinated disinformation campaign, you might have inauthentic actors, be it governments, non-state actors, actually push disinformation content themselves, but then it being picked up organically by other users and shared around. And that's really where the kind of success of disinformation campaigns lie. And sometimes that's just because people have been taken in and they believe what they see and they want to share it with other people. Sometimes it's just because it's shocking, and sharing something like that, it's a talking point. It drives engagement. People just share things that they see online that are just a bit too strange to be true. And sometimes people share it along kind of political lines. If there's a particular kind of piece of disinformation that is shared by a particular group, somebody who also is part of that group might think, I'm going to share that to demonstrate my political allegiances, sort of symbolic, rather than actually communicating what they really think. But what we know is that obviously people are only going to share disinformation when they see disinformation. And we've seen over the years, people have, keep telling us, and we've seen the latest revelations about Facebook from the whistleblower of the last few weeks, that platforms like Facebook and others are prioritizing polarizing, divisive content, angry reactions over likes, these kinds of content that we know are very common in disinformation campaigns, to drive user engagement. And we've got the automated systems that are meant to tackle it aren't being built in a sort of wide enough way to really deal with the problem. Moderators are overworked, they're underpaid. These safety measures are clearly not working that the platforms say they have in place. And I think the question about the business model is a really fundamental one that we're going to need kind of significant steps, regulation at a kind of first pass to redress with the incentives that are driving these businesses to be putting profit first at any cost, even if that means helping disinformation to spread.
Danke, Ellen. Du hast mir jetzt schon ganz viele
Oh,
Stichwörter.
thank you, Ellen. You gave me a bunch of talking points. That's really great. I wanted to ask to Jana, polarization and content going viral. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? Because platforms make money that way. We have this question, should this remain this way? Should this be allowed? Should platforms be allowed to make money off of this? Or do they have to change their business model to make this better? Hello, thank you for having me here. I'd like to get to the question right away. Well, obviously something has to change about the business model because we're in a democracy and platforms live from scandalizing content because it keeps people on the platform, which means they see more advertising, which makes them then again more attractive for advertisers. So that is one part how you can see it, but I wanted to say something else first. Ellen said something interesting about the success of disinformation and also why people believe those fake news. I want to say that they actually satisfy a need. They are looking for a sense of purpose. So they look at something about like the COVID pandemic, for example. For many of us, it came into our life suddenly and arbitrarily. And there wasn't really an explanation that made much sense why this came upon us. And if you look at all those conspiracy theorists, they provide some bigger meaning behind it, and people tend to believe it. So it's a sense of purpose for people to share this, to believe in these ideologies. And they're always embedded in a certain narrative. And they give us this greater context because they don't want to believe in it being, just random. And those narratives are quite, purpose-driven. So I'm not sure if I answered this question correctly. I'll just ask back. Yeah, that was a good segue to Felix, I think. I wanted to ask you, is the sense of purpose and the context. If we see that some things work better on Facebook because of certain underlying concepts, can you elaborate more what this could mean for the DSA? Francis Hogan is coming to the European Parliament. That's why they had to move the decision on the DSA. Well, thank you, Sora, for inviting me. I think that that most people know what the problem is. And Francis is working hard on this. And I'm very grateful for that. Because we see that there are hard facts. We learned that from the whistleblowers. We know that Facebook doesn't care about democracy. We see that through these testaments, and that income is the most important part for them. I think that this chaos that came out of those documents that Francis shared is so diverse that I can't really put it in a meaningful context. I think there are certain parts that I can talk about, for example, moderation of content and how many resources Facebook has as a global communication infrastructure to combat these posts, or not really combat because they're not really doing it. So I think when you look at those documents, and Facebook says that 3 to 5% of hate speech is the only thing that their own AI even discovers. Only 3 to 5%. There would be like a solution. If the AI can't deal with it, then they'll have to hire actual humans to take the hate speech down. But they don't do that. Only 13% of all content in the US, in the world, outside of the States, is actually moderated by Facebook. And we have huge media markets here in Europe. It's unbelievable that they don't moderate it. And when you delete posts, or you have posts deleted, then you have lobbyists working there. It's not completely transparent. It is not doesn't conform to democracy at all. And one thing that really bugs me is the following. I've been at a conference on this topic, which is this exception of the MSA for publicistic content, which would mean that YouTube or Facebook would not be allowed to moderate journalistic content. And that's, I think, taking freedom of speech too far. If you look at RT Germany, the Russian news, taking them down would have been illegal if this regulation came into place. So on a macro level, we have some sort of plurality that is not okay. And I wouldn't allow my child to join Facebook. I don't want them to see homophobic hate speech or misinformation about vaccines, for example. I don't want my child to see that. It is really hard to explain to users why Facebook, for example, can delete the picture of the napalm child from Vietnam, from the Vietnam War. They can take this picture down if an individual user posts it, but if a journalistic a medium posts, they can't take it down. And so this exception clause is kind of weird, as something it smells like lobbyism from publicists. And I hope that Francis will talk to institutions in the EU so we can get inspired by this to create regulation and technology to make all of these items a thing of the past. Tom, this is something for you. I think this works. Do you think that the DSA has this exception rule that came about by lobbyists? Also, another question. We have the Netzdigi, this is a law in Germany for deleting content. How much of this German law is in the DSA? Is there something that we should do differently? Should it be abolished? Oh yeah, it's a big box that you're trying to open here. Thank you for inviting me. Let's talk about the exception for the journalistic content in the DSA. And I also am critical of it, just like Felix, and I hope that they will look at this in the parliament. The second law, the network law in Germany, it was actually a good idea first because it aimed at deleting content that would be illegal according to German law. So you would go in and have a law online to enforce existing laws in Germany. The problem that we saw is, and that's what everybody has said before, it's not often illegal content that is an issue. It is this kind of subsurface content, and disinformation content is the same. And there's an English term that works really well, lawful but awful. And that describes it well. It's still kind of legal, but it's so terrible that you don't want to look at it. And that is the main challenge, I think, when we're talking about moderating content and disinformation. Going back, this German online law came about a couple of years ago, and now the DSA is aiming in a similar direction. They're not looking exactly at content, but how do online platforms enforce their rules? For example, German law or American law, but how do they regulate their own content? So how do they deal with the lawful but awful content? So the house rules of platforms, these processes that we have there, they're so intransparent. They don't, you can't see anything. And Frances, the whistleblower, is doing a really good job. We can be grateful for her. When you look at the statistics of YouTube, how many videos do they have in Germany that are deleted or blocked? And we have around 1,000 per day. How many are being deleted according to this special German law? We have 3 videos that would get deleted. So that's a major difference. It shows us that private companies have different rules, and we kind of have to think about actual proper regulation so that society thinks about what kind of rules do we have, what kind of content do we want to see. Okay, one more follow-up question. That's not really a good grade you're giving to this German law. So the numbers you named with the 1,000 versus 3, can you explain that again? I don't want to be unfair towards this law, but the ratio comes about because of this. If I report something, the platforms will first evaluate if it is according to their community standards. And if it does, then they'll kick it out. And then the Netzdigi, this German law, comes afterwards. Felix mentioned RT German, this Russian news channel. And Russians said that it was a media war that was unleashed in terms of the moderation practices of platforms. And some people or some politicians said they would be happy if YouTube removed RT German afterwards. But yeah, that's like another thing that is we need to discuss.
Von euch reagieren. Ansonsten hätte ich noch eine weitere Frage zu einem.
Okay, I have another question. Lawful but awful again. Does anybody want to say something about it? I would like to talk about gender disinformation. You're an expert, and that works really well in online. We saw that the Green Party leader, Annalena Baerbock, has been targeted a lot. Maybe you can say something about this and why this gender-specific part is so special. And maybe you can also talk about the developments in the UK, because there is a new law about gender-specific hate speech.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. Gender disinformation is a particularly kind of interesting kind of disinformation because in many ways it sort of sits in between what we think of as classic disinformation and online abuse and gender-based violence, and sort of shares commonalities with both. And the worry is with that then proposals to tackle disinformation kind of don't quite tackle it, and proposals to tackle online abuse don't quite tackle it. But what we really see in these gendered disinformation campaigns is gendered stereotypes, gendered narratives being weaponized, often against women politicians, as you mentioned, but also more broadly against women in public life, also against LGBT people in public life or activists. And we see these campaigns really trying to discredit them, undermine them, and in some cases just try and drive them out of public life and say, you know, these, for instance, you know, women might be targeted with very kind of sexualized disinformation, and so then they're painted in this particular light, and then the narrative is so they shouldn't be involved in politics. They're not suitable for it. And obviously that's very worrying from the kind of individual perspective of the effect on the particular person targeted, but also on the kind of wider kind of democratic environment, really, of who feels safe participating in public life and who is seen by others as qualified and suitable for that. In terms of the UK kind of regulation landscape, so the last couple of years, the government has been working on the online safety bill proposals, and the bill is probably going to come before Parliament, likely we think early next year, though the timetable is still a little bit in question. But one thing that is very much in scope is this kind of lawful but awful content. The larger, more high-risk platforms will have duties essentially to demonstrate that they have systems and processes in place to reduce the risk of lawful but awful content. And what that looks like in practice at the moment, we expect to really be focusing, as Torben was saying, on enforcement of their own terms and conditions. So if they don't allow, say, harassment online, even if it's technically legal content, then they should be taking it down. And if they're not, there should be a clear, reason why. There should be a clear appeal process and so forth. The worry about gendered disinformation and kind of how it might slip through the net essentially is that disinformation, political disinformation, is out of scope of this regulation. The focus is very much on harm to an individual and the sort of broader kind of societal harms, democratic harms, political harms. Those are all explicitly not covered by this bill. There's a few elements of kind of having more consultations about disinformation and what we should do about it. But that's a kind of big area where originally there had been plans to include it. They kind of got dropped along the way. And so it's not really clear what duties platforms are going to be expected to take when gender disinformation will be treated more like this more like abuse and that it is more likely to come into scope, or if it's going to be treated like political speech, political discussion, which then might not only be out of scope, but actually might be explicitly protected, because we have, they're including a few protections around political speech, similar to what we've been discussed around democratically important content, which the definition is still forthcoming, and also journalistic content, as we've discussed. And there's a real worry that without duties to tackle political disinformation and extra protections for the kinds of speech related to politics, related to politicians, related to live public issues, related to journalism, we know that gender disinformation kind of comes out in those discussions. So there's a real worry that it's just going to slip through the cracks, essentially.
Vielleicht kann ich hier noch mal an die Runde fragen und auch
Maybe I can put this question to the general audience. Please, you can really ask questions using the Q&A tool. What do you think, dear audience, all of you? What does such a law need to have? Such a law about disinformation, which tools would we need? And if this does not happen because it's out of scope, or, for example, the Digital Service Act is not extensive legislation, Nikolay mentioned it today, what could we do on an individual level if there is nothing to be expected in terms of a legal framework in a foreseeable future? There's nothing to be expected from a legislative framework in the foreseeable future. Felix? Felix? Nicht ich, not me. I don't hear a thing. It's like frozen. Oh, he has risen his hand. Okay, then let's go over to Jana. Maybe she wants to speak. Yes, I would like to say I'm very happy you outlined this aspect again, what we can do as individuals and how we can move away a bit from the discussion on the Digital Services Act, because information is not so easily regulated. That doesn't mean that the Digital Services Act is not important, or that the approaches about algorithm reconstructability, of course, they are relevant and necessary. But what I have seen in this discussion is that we concentrate much on a certain aspect in a range of many aspects or elements. So if I try to structure all this, on the one hand, we have information that is being put outside there in the world, and then there are users receiving this information, and in the middle there are mediators such as social platforms that make communication or transmit communication or transport it. And we concentrate very much on this one mediatory position, but there are others. There are also other mediators, such as classical media offers. Here we need to ask ourselves, which role can such medial offers play in these changed times of changed public structures? The sound is not very good of this speaker. Which new business models would we need maybe to build in an information environment where we are more and more used to the receiving information freely? So new approaches are needed, but I have not yet reached or made my point. So there's the information on the one hand, the use of it, And then we have already talked about why disinforming news are being spread, which society structures or foundations are behind this. There are foreign attempts of influencing political attitudes. I think the EU mentions these attempts more than actors coming from inside the Europe. Sometimes actors in this field come from the extreme right, and they have very successful strategies. So the question would be, why can they be so successful with their strategies? And then turn towards the user. Does the user have the tools to be able to know that this is disinformation, and how to treat people or handle people who might be subject to conspiracy theory environment? And I'm reaching the end, but I would like to add one more example. If in our environment we see people, for example, an aunt, and this aunt believes the vaccination conspiracy theory, how do we act towards him or her in this case? So there are clear strategies how we best talk to such a person, and how we can well, occupy ourselves in the sense of understanding her preoccupation and disentangling the wrong information. Also, the design of platforms and the reconstructability, but maybe we will come to that later. Thank you, Jana. That was very extensive, a very comprehensive reply. I give back the question to our studio guest, to Torben. What could you do which tools could you envision for a successful combating of disinformation? And as an individual, if your aunt were to believe in conspiracies, how can you bring your aunt back on the right path? I really stick with Jana in this sense. If there are reserves towards legislative structures, or well, for example, if the aunt says she can hear the voice of Bill Gates, well, I will tackle that later. Let me first say that we might probably need to forget the idea that we can delete disinformation, that we can get rid of it, that an algorithm can do that for us. Because the risk, in my opinion, is not so much that those believing in such conspiracies can disentangle them, but rather to prevent others who do not yet believe in conspiracies get to believe in them. What can we do there? Above all, on the fact that the state and the European Union must be, in my opinion, very careful when it comes to forbidding information or things, because as risky as such disinformation can be for a democracy in the long term, it is also true that our democracy is based upon freedom of expression and also up on stupidity. So it's not maybe direct question for the Digital Services Act, but rather, does the business model of big tech platforms add to that, or does it rather add to the increase of polarizing contents? That's a possible starting point. And secondly, we need much more information about how this works, why certain contents are being played out or are being published. And platforms do not like to talk about this right now. Thank you, Dom. That's a great connection for the question from the audience. How efficient could it be to make the algorithm of social platforms more explanatory? Which informations would we need for it, for these systems, so that they would also, that platforms would also need to respond for that legally? And what's the role for the each of these individual systems as information gatekeeper? Felix, maybe you would like to say something. You can also answer the last question if you want to. Well, that was a surprise with the difficult technical question as a political scientist, but truth is, or that's my impression, also when I was working directly for the European Union, that Facebook, Google, and their lobbyists always try to put out that trap of complexity for us. So they want us to explain to them how their technical systems work and how they could do their job better and program their algorithm better. I have no idea about that, but I also think it's not necessary, because I think the goods we as a society need to protect, and also the legislator needs to protect, are quite easy to measure when it comes to the diversity of opinion and expression on platforms. So we have had a project with a markup, that's an American tech investigation player, and they looked on an aggregated level how the Facebook recommendation systems affect, which effects they have. And it was what was shown was that AFD content had 3 times more outreach by the recommendations made by Facebook algorithms compared to other contents. AFD is a party in Germany. So I don't need to understand the algorithm to know that Facebook needs to change something there. And there is a lot, that's the same for other controversial issues. There is this incredibly innovative platform, but we need to ask them to implement certain things. For example, people can not be at the disadvantage in democratic processes because of personal traits or characteristics or features. So let us not complicate the debate unnecessarily, but let us focus on the goals of protections and what they should be. And what do these companies and platforms need to deliver for it? And that's an item I would like to say something else about, the gender equality. We think that needs to be included again in the DSA. Thank you for this very extensive reply. Jana, you said something about the own disinformation, the homegrown disinformation. Could you go back to that and give your estimation what the percentage is? Because the European Union seems to deal with it like, oh, the Russia is doing this or that, but there are European examples. So much of it is homegrown. We have also seen this in the election campaign. Yes. In the course of the last European elections and also the last Germany elections for the Bundestag, and also the whole development of the right-wing party AfD in Germany, there are a lot of studies that have been made also in Germany about how AfD reached success, also by the help of social networks, because at the beginning, because of the relevance criteria applied by classical media, they were omitted, so they had a resonance board through these platforms. The AfD had a resonance board, and this, well, they used the algorithm or abused algorithm of the platform because they created bots or fake accounts so that their contents would get bigger outreach. On the other hand, they were smart because they got on the waves of indignations, of public indignations, jumping on topics that were important at a certain time, as was the COVID pandemic. It was the same here. Also, certain hashtags were being captured, and people were being guided, the public was being guided towards conspiracy contents and myths. So overall, I am under the impression that the European debate is focusing too much on autocratic states, and that we should also have a look inside Europe and inside our own member states. We have possibly a psychological reason for that, for not having done that, because then we would have to recognize a problem, an inherent problem in the society, within the society, and that we need to solve it. Thank you, Jana. Tom, would you like to say anything about the homegrown disinformation that's not only bad foreign actors? Well, I would say I agree with what has been said. It's easy to say, oh, it's the Russia troll fabric producing this, but which information do we need to be able to better judge this? It's not our job to tell the platforms how they have to do their job, but we do have to care about it, because in the first step, it's also very thrilling to see how legislation is getting there, which contents are being prohibited or cancelled, when, according to which rules, and you can find the GDPR good or bad, but a big part of this cancellation has been made on the basis of the GDPR, and the proposals to change this law have been there, so it doesn't need to be the perfect thing from the first draft on, but it needs to be one step towards transparency, towards looking at the real problems and how to handle them. Thank you. So in this sense, not only transparency of the algorithm, but also transparency in the reporting, what happens on the platforms. And maybe then we would need to word this in an easy enough way for all to understand. There was another question from the audience. I saw it and now it has disappeared. Otherwise, Felix Karte, yes. I would like to say I do not quite agree with Dawn, because I think that the information a company gives about him or her or about itself is not very trustworthy. That is also my experience with my project at the EU Commission. You can be promised a lot of things, but if there is no state authority monitoring this and verifying this information, then it's a blast for the lobbies. And everybody can do such an experiment or can conduct it. Before the Bundestag election, there were contents against law, notifications about it on Facebook, according to the agreed paths in the terms and condition and the community standards. And I'm not talking about the transnational or about borderline cases, but about phrases like shooter. So the results changed. The percentages changed, and that is not being put out there by Facebook in their general reports. I have also seen the contribution about the business model of the Boulevard Press when paparazzi infringe the personal rights of somebody, and before the publishing house knows that there is a sanction coming. But when it comes to the digital law, it would be more expensive if we forced the platforms to invest in rightful content management. We would need to define clear obligations there for the companies. Yes, I'm with you. What we have to avoid is a party for the lobbies. But also what you mentioned, how many cases are being notified, how many are really illegal, how many disappear. I say that it's not enough, and we do really need to demand these numbers, also independent ones.
Okay, thank you. I would like to go back to Ellen.
I would like to go beyond the European Union, and I would like
the
to
algorithms or more reports from the platforms. What's possible, and what is the online safety bill saying about this?
Sorry, could you just repeat the question?
Ja, sorry, das dauert manchmal ein bisschen mit der Übersetzung. Also, wie schätzt du es ein?
What would you say? Do we need more transparency in algorithms or more transparencies through reporting of the platforms? And what's the plan for the online safety bill?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I agree with a lot of what's been said so far, that transparency is a necessary condition for kind of any successful regulation, but it's not going to be a sufficient one. And I think we've seen at the moment platforms are issuing transparency reports, but they focus very much on the kind of downstream. How many things have they taken down? What content have they taken down? What content have they put back up? And that really doesn't give us the full picture of the kind of whole ecosystem and the sorts of information that we've seen coming out from the whistleblowers revelations this week. I think at the other end is if the platforms handed the government tomorrow and said, okay, here's our recommendation algorithm, they would struggle to know what to make of it, what to do with it, how to process it, how to understand it. And so I feel is a kind of really important kind of role for civil society to be playing in this kind of supporting independent auditing, essentially, of what platforms are saying. Does it match with what we're seeing going on? And that really depends on data access. We know that we've been talking a lot about Facebook. They and getting access to Facebook data is increasingly difficult. Obviously, platforms like Twitter are much more open about allowing researchers to actually access platform data and then do their own research and do their own testing. And I think that sort of investigation is going to be really needed to be able to kind of support government regulation, but also to mitigate against, as Jana was talking about, if we've got these homegrown disinformation campaigns, or if governments are benefiting from disinformation campaigns, relying just on governments at one hand and the tech platforms at the other hand to come up with solutions without that sort of independent input, I think is risky. So I see a real kind of opportunity for civil society to be playing a really important role here, but that's going to require a lot of commitments from the platforms and from governments to be able to make that happen.
Danke, Ellen.
Thanks, Ellen. Let's have our final round. I would like you to reply to these questions in a minute or less. How can we coordinate better internationally? Because the problems don't stop at country borders. And how can we win the fight against disinformation? That's the million-dollar question. Tom, would you like to start? I think international cooperation is very important. And I think that's why Germany got started with the network enforcement law, because it takes a long time, especially looking beyond the EU and having actual international cooperation. I wouldn't say it's impossible, but it's not a short-term thing because it will take a lot of time. There are cultural issues that we need to acknowledge. It is something that we should address on a European level, I think. The second question, how can we fight disinformation or win this fight? I think at the center of this is to acknowledge that we won't be able to get rid of disinformation and that we have to be quite careful to just focus on certain parts of disinformation and tell people that this is illegal. Jana has talked about this, and I would like to agree with her here. It is not a very sexy topic, but educating people about the media, that is what we need to do. Ellen, back to you. How can we combat disinformation in 1 minute?
I think the key is really we need to start shifting our thinking about disinformation from a kind of reactive approach where we wait for the disinformation campaign to take off and then we panic about what we're going to do about it, to a much more proactive approach where we're looking at what are the kinds of factors that are influencing the spread of these campaigns. And that's all the way from platform algorithms to, as the others have said, kind of digital literacy and a whole bunch in between, and how platforms are designed, how online communities are being designed. And I think really trying to put in more protections and more systems which will address the problems before they start, rather than only a sort of how do we take it all down once it's got out there.
Danke, Ellen. Dann gebe ich direkt weiter an Jana.
Thank you, Ellen. Now to Jana. I think I can just say that everybody has said it before. I would plead to look at it in a more broad context, looking at the people who distribute those disinformation and people who believe it, that we need to look at those parties. We need to make sure that people can tell where something came from, maybe coming up with a regulation draft that we can improve upon because we have the insights from research. That's what we have to get started on. And media competency, that is something that we keep repeating. and we keep putting it on schools, but I think it's a thing for society as a whole. Another aspect would be, and it's a little out of context, but when we're talking about lobbyism, and we see how laws change through lobbyists, we need to make sure that our civil society needs to be a lobbyist, and that they will need to have a strong voice towards or against Facebook and other tech companies. So they need to have a strategic force. Okay, we're out of time already. I think international cooperation is super important. I don't think that Europe doesn't have the power to set international standards. But in this situation, we can definitely agree something. If you look at the US, they're kind of at a situation where they can't act, but the EU can still do something. I think the commercial exploitation and the super quick distribution of disinformation needs to be stopped. I think that's one part of the equation that is quite important. Well, thank you very much for your closing remarks. Thank you for being here. And Geraldine has the floor now. Oh, thank you. We'll have a short break now of 10 minutes. You can have a cup of coffee. And at 3:40, we'll be back for the second intermezzo. And then we have another set of panels. It's about international cooperation mainly. See you later.
Ich lege jetzt auf.
Hallo und herzlich willkommen zurück aus der
Hello,
Pause.
welcome back from the break. I hope you're now fit and refreshed for our last round of panel sessions. In room 2, we have the panel that is a deep dive on data protection, lessons learned for the future as well. There's also Max Schrems. Tim Vallet is the moderator. He works at iRights Lab. And in room 1, we have sustainability and global justice of digitalization. So that's a global perspective on digitalization. And Verane Meyer will be the moderator here. She is head of digital policy at the Heinrich-Böll Foundation. However, before this starts, we have our next intermezzo with Ellen Ueberschär. Hello, everyone involved in Digital Europe. I'm happy to talk to you here. I would like to give you 3 points, even though I cannot participate in person. The path to Digital Europe has begun, and we will have to make sure that digitalization needs to be first off, that basic fundamental rights need to be protected in the digital space. The human dignity cannot be touched. This is the first article of the German Grundgesetz Constitution. So that needs to be valid as well. Hate speech cannot take place. Everybody needs to be able to be free online in Europe. On the same page, that means that the European Union needs to come up with a framework to limit and restrict the big platforms in a way that we as citizens can have our fundamental rights. But that also means that we have to fight for our fundamental rights. Digitalization and environmental protection have a big foundation. We saw in the last German election that environmental policy was a major factor, climate protection was a major factor, and we need to transform our industry. We see that there are fundamental changes through machine learning and AI. And we hope that these machines can help us stick to the Paris Accord so we can fulfill the development goals as well. And that means that digitalization itself needs to be formed in a way that environmental protection is possible. So CO2 neutrality, for example. And third of all, we need democracy through and through. That's the only way how citizens can participate in the online world. Algorithm bias, lack of access to the internet. Digitalization can only be democratic if laws are protected or if citizens are protected, but also digital infrastructure is available for everyone. So people can access data and services, arts and culture. So a strong society has to be strengthened through digitalization and not weakened. So it is a new contract for our society. I wish you all the best and have a lot of fun today.
Hello. Welcome to the panel of Sustainability and Global Justice of Globalization. I work for the Heinrich-Böll Foundation, and this foundation works in over 30 countries. Today we have heard a lot about digital policy projects, above all on the European level. But also in the sustainability area, the things have moved. Up to now, it wasn't the case, but now in the last 2 years, things have moved. We have the European Green Deal, prioritizing climate protection and digitalization. And on a national level, we have the environmental digital agenda, which has been presented in 2020. And by the end of next year, the European Council of Ministers has presented European agenda for sustainable digitalization. Our keynote speaker, Renate Nikolay, has also said that climate protection and digitalization are big chances for us to seize, and we would like to talk about precisely this. In this panel, we have great guests, Lind Kark, Assistenzprofessor für Computerwissenschaften und öffentliche Politik. Zuvor war sie bei der ATH, before she was the ATH Zurich. Her work concentrates on statistical methods and machine learning, and in the to support the climate politics. She comes with Rena Kleiner, co-founder and CEO from EcoTrack and EcoSearch. That's a platform for information about sustainability and management. And it's the first startup to develop a sustainability concept. Then we have got the professor for sustainable digitalization. He researches and publishes in the field of climate politics, sustainable economical management. I'm very happy to welcome you all here. And we also have Timo Wolken. He joins us digitally because he's a member of the European Parliament in Brussels. There he is the spokesman for the Social Democratic group, and he advocates a sustainable climate policy with focus on digitalization. So a lot of competence in the two areas, climate and digitalization. We also use the Q&A tool for this session. Please put your questions there and we'll try to integrate them. Now, the conference is titled Visions for Digital Europe 2025. I would like to first address Timo Wolken. How does such digitalization oriented in the future and responsible digitalization look like? Hello, everybody. Thank you that I can join you virtually. We had a panel together before we met about the proposals of the Green Deals. They were just fresh off the press. I do think that when it comes to the question of responsible digitalization, we would need to focus on one factor. And I will try to do this in my political work in the Environmental Commission of the German Parliament. I would like to say that we do have efficiency gains, for example, through server parks, through putting server parks together. We use their capacities better, the refrigeration is better, but it's also true that digitalization makes possible the sustainability of applications in many places. For example, the seamless usage of traffic options in the immediate surroundings, so that I can use just one digital access and I can or ticket and I can take the bus and other transports with it. That's an important item. What we need to be careful with when legislating climate protection, we will also need to bear in mind digitalization. and the other way around. For example, if we see the artificial intelligence regulations, if we look at it, we would also need to ask the question of the implication of this technology on sustainability and environmental protection. I think it is positive that the European Commission made annexes to the Green Deal, or to a green artificial intelligence. So how does a socially responsible digitalization look for 2025? Yeah, thank you, and hello also. If I think of the European EU and its visions for 2025, then I would foremost wish for both topics to grow together. There are only 4 years left. The discourse we publicly lead or hear is advanced compared to the legislation. So Green Deal and Digital Europe on a discourse level are dominating narratives also by used by Ursula von der Leyen and in other speeches, but it's not sufficiently connected. The major part of legislative projects under Green, no, sorry, correct myself, the digital projects are often carried out or thought about on an EU level without the green dimension and the other way around. So the implications of digitalization need to be taken into account in legislative projects for the environment, and also the chances for a transformation in the area of mobility or traffic or consumption or others would need to be taken into account more. We would need to interconnect these two aspects, environment and digitalization. Then we would make progress. Yeah, would you like to go on? Yes, I'm nodding because the systemic, I will stick with that. It needs a holistic approach. I would wish for more conscious from all stakeholders from different areas. I think what we can agree upon all is that digitalization and sustainability go together, and this needs to be taken into account in the implementation. Also, sustainability needs to be viewed from different items, also from social or with social factors in the next 4 years. It will not only be about CO2 climate goals. No, the other factors, social factors, will also be important. I think there are great technologies that make this possible. And another aspect for me is the transparency. That means that the whole society needs to get on board. It needs to be transparent for the whole society. Personally, I deal a lot with big, medium-sized companies. And it is also about making clear their objectives and goals. I am positive about this, and I would like to stress at this point again the need for a systemic approach and a holistic approach. Okay, then I would like to say that we would need to think the two topics together, and also bear in mind that many climate strategies do not need digitalization, and other climate strategies do need digitalization or can have an advantage by digital technologies. But we need to understand the practicality of its use, and my hypothesis is that the majority of climate strategies do not need technical digital technologies. My research is much about the use of these new technologies because I think they can be very useful in some areas. But what we see often is that the cost-benefit calculation is not well understood. I am referring to costs for for the society, for the companies. I hope we will have reached this point in 4 years so that we know we want to apply this in this area. Okay, then let me follow up on this. Combating the climate crisis, there's much talk about AI. More and more researchers see a potential there for AI to learn and to support the climate goals. You said that AI is neither good nor bad for the climate. Why did you say that? And how does AI influence the climate? Well, AI is an instrument, a series of technological systems and methods, and it can be applied differently for different goals. And that's neither good nor bad for the climate. We need to actively work for the climate. So in the AI regulation, we first take a look at the scope to understand the essentials and use it as society so that we bring together both areas. The energy consumption of artificial intelligence, I think we will talk about that later. I would first like to ask, Rena, with your software, the component sustainability is being made a part of the purchase decision of providers. And could you explain this? And from your point of view, where is the deployment of digital technologies especially important? Well, EcoTrack is a sustainable data mining company founded in Berlin. And we sell software as a service product to represent information data, sustainability information data in a diverse way. What is the benefit? Well, to reach our goals, we would need specific actions and measures, and therefore a good decision transparency. You said it right. We started out in purchasing. Why? This has been a scientifically fundamental decision. In the there is the greatest potential for leverage in the purchasing area. So you can ask about the internal processes and how to make cost savings there, but the volume is in the purchasing decisions, and we have taken a closer look at it. Now the directors of the purchasing departments have no direct insight. I'm not talking about the provider of the prime material, but the purchasing directors do not have any insight where it comes from, where it goes to the material, and we wanted to bring more transparency in this field through technology, to take a look and oversight over the 30,000 providers and their evaluations. And then this puts you in the position to comply with the European Union legislation goal. So we started out with the clear goal to integrate sustainability in purchasing. Well, that's a whole range of examples how technology can contribute to sustainability. Tillman, you talked about the changed discourse due to developments, and I got an invitation, climate protection via smartphone, to some event recently. Do you think this is justified? I don't think so. I don't think that the promises made are right to be made. We often fall into that trap because it's easy to communicate, sound sexy, and sounds like a comfortable solution. We just need a new app. Everybody finds the chick. You just need to download it, but it's not that easy. What does an app give me? Well, access to information and the transparency. These are important preconditions for sustainable consumption and production, but they are not enough. This is shown by research. For example, in the electricity consumption by cars or by homes. To know what we spend there does not trigger sustainable behavior or attitudes. More is needed for a change in behavior. So I wouldn't put a lot of hope into these sexy promises of tech solving our problems, but what is important to me as well in the field of artificial intelligence, I agree with Lynn, because Rena also said that we need to think social and ecological sustainability together. We would need to know that we can not only address technological problems, but we can connect them with social justice questions. What does artificial intelligence mean? Well, access to big data volumes. Not everybody has that, but only specific actors, very specific actors, then technological skills. And this is not valid only for big tech companies, but also for scientists. But big chunks of civil society, of citizens, do not have access to these technological skills. And then last but not least, you can easily build products with a bit of AI in it, but will these products be successful on the market? That's a different question. Therefore, we need implementation force, and there the state is a stronger actor than others. So the questions would be, who will develop solutions on the basis or with the help of AI? And what we need to watch out there is that we need a whole range of diverse actors in society with access to these technologies, and that the interests of those using AI heavily should be observed with a lot of caution, because often they do it not with sustainability in mind, but for marketing or to favor mass consumption. So these are questions of social equity and the fair appliance. Yes, great that you opened that box. Timo was also nodding. Is there anything else to say? Yes, I think we are at a crossing point now where we need to steer and can steer, providing that AI, facilitating a sensible use of AI, but it's a very new technology. The stakeholders need to know it, and then they might not know what the final benefit is. And that makes the practical appliance of AI so difficult. Together with a colleague, I wrote, we had 60 pages of possible AI applications for climate change. and many of these references were yet in the sphere of a mere idea. And now the ideas that make sense should be applied in the practice and in a way that the affected stakeholders are protected and have a benefit. And that's difficult and needs a lot of work. Yeah, with Timo, we have also a political representative at our panel. Timo, how do you view this? You talked about the AI Act. Which legislative provisions do we need? Well, to be honest, I think we need to take a very close look at the goal of the AI application. I think this is an area where not enough thought has been put into, and it's the assessment of the AI application and the assessment of the climate impact. And that has not been included in the high-risk applications. We have the approach of classification. And there, the implication of, or the impact of the climate change is not included. The greenhouse gases emitted and so on are not included. And I think the parliament needs to think, put more thought into this. For example, there are also financial, or there are also percentages assigned to spending for climate, for AI. What it boils down to is after all, it will be a shared decision making, but I have not the final decision now. And also, when it comes to producers of AI and users of AI, if we tell them they need to make an impact assessment and they need to report about problems and the usage, I think a reporting obligation for climate implications should be included. These two items should be included at this point and could be, from my point of view.
Well, thank you. Well, Lynn is doing a lot of research on AI to advise the policymakers. And what would you tell Timo? What would your advice be? Yeah, I've been working with climate change AI, and we wrote a paper together. Those are exactly the 2 points that we talked about. For once, can we use reporting requirements already? So we can state what the mission of AI can be, because those are very high requirements for AI. And we can see how AI is being used in practice. And the other point would be that the risk, why an application is considered high risk, should always include climate change. We're talking about healthcare, for example, a lot, but the future of humanity is obviously also very important. So if we have applications with high carbon emissions because of the nature of how they're used, for example, for the subsidy of high carbon energy production, that would be something we could focus on, and that could be included in the legislature. It is very subtle at the moment. I think there are some parts in there, but it could be changed. Well, thank you very much, Timo. Now you have some parts that you can bring in. Renate, do you have anything to add? Well, a very classic topic is data hosting. We're talking about big data. There's a lot of data. And now we have to make sure that we stick to quality standards. There are very hard requirements from the European Union. For example, a lot of companies require us to host our data in Germany. And now we look at about renewable energies and what kind of carbon footprint do these providers have. And it kind of is this huge jug of chaos. We always look towards the Nordic countries. I would love to see the topic of data hosting to be included in this. Because if we want to use AI, it will always include data hosting, which is very inefficient in terms of energy consumption. And how can we do this in a socially responsible and environmentally friendly way? And you had said this before. You wrote in an article, and there can't be social justice without energy, without climate protection, and without climate protection, there can't be social justice. Can you explain this a little more? Well, if we're looking at AI or digital technologies, and we make sure that they are carbon friendly or carbon neutral, and that turns into something inaccessibility for society or parts of society, then this kind of change would not be socially sustainable. So we have to integrate goals for environmentally friendliness into social components. I mean, there are countries in the EU that are better at digitalization and others that are worse. And we need to make sure that we can ameliorate this. You can always break this down. Timo brought an example from the mobility sector. We see that there's a lot of investment into assistance or self-driving cars. Obviously, self-driving cars can be a niche. For example, when we're talking about outside of cities, rural areas, but I think it is more of a topic for rich people and the luxury segment of cars. And now we have to see, can we use this this research capacity to use it for public transport, for example, because a lot of people won't be able to afford self-driving cars by Tesla. But how can they benefit from technology that can help with mobility transition? And this can't always be just about the rich population. We're now looking at use cases. You're also working with agriculture and digitalization, Timo. Do you have another example? Well, I mean, I'm from Lower Saxony, so agriculture is something that I am very familiar with by nature. And we've been discussing this before. I don't remember quite when, but farmers are willing to go that way. But they're kind of worried about smart farming, precision farming. Those are concepts that already exist. And it helps in saving pesticides and saving fertilizers, which is cost efficient. But at the same time, there is a major fear to be dependent on a certain provider. We already have that with seeds. We have that with pesticides. And then now they're supposed to put driving their machinery into the hands of some service provider, and there will be a network that will be produced, for example, provided by Chrono or Amazon. And so people are kind of reluctant to get on board with that because of this dependency concept. So that's something we shouldn't really focus on, autonomous driving of planting robots, but maybe look at some areas like water consumption, the reduction thereof actually, or fertilizer. But there are definitely some question marks coming from people who are actually at the end of the chain. So the farmers, they don't want to be dependent on service providers. So when we're talking about usage of this technology, we'd have to get them to the table and develop it with the farmers, and not just dictate this is a jump in technology, you'll have to just deal with it. So this would be a lower Saxony answer to this. Digitalization in agriculture, it is a really tough nut. Timo, thank you for bringing up dependency of farmers. It is a very important topic for them. The precision farming and farming information systems, that is a real threat. There's a bottleneck between millions of farmers worldwide, and then very, very few companies or big pharma, big agriculture companies. And there's a bottleneck. So they're all dependent on these very few companies. Everything that is being discussed about these digital solutions means with monocultures, which is not good, as we all know. So we're also talking about the crisis of living resources, meaning a loss of biodiversity, and big farming is something that is not good for us. And maybe there is an option that we can have a paradigm shift in agriculture away from these huge farming areas to a smaller, biodiverse, or even more work-intensive agriculture that doesn't have that big of a carbon footprint or an impact on the environment. So let's not optimize the wrong situation or the wrong system that we are already running, but make a bigger change. Okay, Lynn, I know you're in the energy sector mainly, but you were talking about your paper. There are many scenarios in there, especially, and one of them is agriculture. Do you share Timo's and Tillman's opinion? Yes, of course. There's one thing that I remembered. There are robotics solutions or early detection of pests, so you don't have to use pesticides right away. There's computer vision, robotics. That's definitely an example that where digitalization would help. But we're only at the beginning here. Those are pilot projects. These robots those robots are constructed by research teams, and they're prototypes. But those approaches could go towards the direction, but obviously you need to be able to afford it. And the dependency issue, that is something that is definitely valid. Another part about agriculture would be monitoring of remote items. We'll have AI in here. This is mainly about detecting droughts, for example, or big developments. There's one research project with NASA It's called NASA Harvest. So they can detect droughts and make it possible to mobilize help early on before a catastrophe happened. Also, there's monitoring for deforestation. So you can see where there's illegal logging, for example. So they can give the data to monitor policies. They don't really have an impact on the livelihood of farmers. But overall, yeah, I do support it. The dependencies, they will be created. Tilman, you tried to say something. Well, yeah, early detection of pests, that's okay. Or those robots. It's a question of who's going to market it. Who brings AI into the agriculture? So I think it's probably not going to be small organic farmers who will be interested in the products, but the factory farms, the big ones, the big players will be interested in that. So do we want more of those huge farms? No. But they will be the only ones who can afford it. But if we're looking at policy making in Brussels, how can we make sure that not only research and product development can be made so accessible that a lot of farmers can benefit, and not the huge factory farmers only. I think we need some public support here. So ecological topics and social topics belong together, and it's not really, easy. Well, Tillman pointed towards Brussels already. So Timo, this is for you again. We do already know that there's the GDPR and the DSA, but Timo, in the realm of digital policy and economical policy, what do you see there? Well, at the moment, it's mostly feeling it out. We're looking at implementation of the Green Deal, and they orient themselves on the sectors we already know. And it's not necessarily about new technologies. Yeah, there is parts with AI, and the Commission has proposed that data centers should be more energy efficient, should be cleaner, use less electricity for cooling, etc. But that's kind of it. That's not really a big interdisciplinary approach, at least not that I can see. There is an annex about green AI. There's a little bit of action, but in my opinion, that's not enough yet. So those aspects that Rina mentioned, the value chains and supply chains, we're looking at those. There's an initiative report. We don't want to only look on human rights, but also environmental rights, or the fundamental right of having clean nature. And that's something where our member states will be on board, especially the more conservative parts, because this law, let's be honest, brings the sweat out of them. So we can't focus solely on one part. I think the value chain or supply chain laws are something that we need to look at. Our consumption here in Europe does affect environmental conditions on the other side of the planet where the product originated. So we are definitely contributing to overuse of resources. Yeah, Tilman has said this before, definitely. It's kind of like social topics and environmental topics are on different planets when we're talking about them. So they need to be put together. Do you have your final mark? Your question would be, what would have to be included when in a government policy when you're trying to combine social and economical and eco topics? That's a very complicated topic. We have talked about a bunch of issues. For me, it would be important that we're going to do something against climate change, that climate becomes a priority, and that digitalization can be used as a means to achieve that. I think it's a kind of abstract thing. It's not really concrete, but there's some funding from the German environmental ministry. We want new technologies, new approaches. We need to support and fund research and development. But I think this is something that we need to continue because we're kind of not focusing enough on climate. Do you have anything to add? We have 1 minute left. Yeah, sure. Now that we have the Greens in the government, they should not be the only ones focusing on environmental issues, and then the other parties are focusing on something else. And Christian Lindner said digitalization first and doubt second. But we should definitely use digitalization for environmental means. We heard that there is a digital agenda at the environmental agency or ministry in Germany. And what Lynn said would be a big mainstreaming digitalization for our climate. That is something which hasn't been addressed enough. We need to support digitalization so it can focus on climate protection and sustainability. I think that would be great. Thank you very much. We've reached the end of our program. Thank you, Timo. Thank you for being here. And we'll continue with our next program.
Dank für die tolle Moderation, Renate. Vielen Dank an die ganze Runde.
Thank you for the great moderation to all panelists. And now it's my honor to moderate the last discussion round of today. So right now we heard a panel about a very important topic, a big challenge of today's times. How do we get together digitalization, sustainability, and climate protection? And in this sense, on the last panel, we would like to, on the one hand, bring together the big speakers of today, but also on a technical level. Not only on a technical level, we would like to talk philosophically about the topic power and justice in the digital world. I hope you all have enough energy yet left, and I welcome you. So, Ulf Burmeier, President and Legal Director of the Gesellschaft für Freiheitsrechte und auch Fellow des Zentrums für Menschenrechte, together with the journalist Philipp Banse. Hey there, Ulf, welcome. And I would also like to welcome digitally Dirk Helwig, a professor for educational social science and for also member of the IT department at the ETH Zurich. Welcome. It's very nice to be able to welcome you here, and I would also like to welcome on my left side Carla Hörstedt, Director of the Center for Digital Society of the Mercator Foundation. Welcome, Carla.
Prima. Ja, ich würde gerne mit einem Thema
So,
anfangen, was auch im
let us start out
letzten Panels drin war.
with a topic that has also been mentioned in the last panel. If, well, the focus has been slightly different, but I would like to start out from a general point with the question of social digital justice. Because all the policies that have been discussed today should serve a society framework where everybody can and wants to live. So I would like to start out with your perspectives. What can happen, or what does belong to the topic digital social justice? Which course do we set today to have a future, a digital future that is worth to be lived? I was recently thinking about a few basics, and I would like to put them out to you to debate them. I think it all starts with the access to internet, to digital media, and sometimes this is not a given in this country. Then it goes, it's also the common welfare, also open standards and infrastructure that has been intensively discussed today. Also, the digital education is another precondition. That's another core element that has been mentioned in the panels today. Then the plurality of the offers made, the social market economies, business models. That's another aspect to which the Digital Services and Markets Act should contribute. Different forms and opportunities of participation. So these are my core elements for, I would like to put out there for a digital social justice. Carla, what would you say? Well, I would like to structure a bit the question. You have mentioned a lot of really important aspects I share with you. But let me structure it. If we are to live in a more just and a fairer digital world, will depend on what we digitalize, with which goal, and how we structure those digitalization processes. So we need to think about the problems we want to find digital solutions for. And this question right now is being dominated by individual tech, big corporations, and others. However, we would need a balancing process. Do we need new technologies to foster state control or to foster on a different aspect? And are these technologies helping people already high up in the on the educational ladder, or do they help also people at a disadvantage? So what are we developing technologies for? And then the other question is how we design those technologies. Are they free of barriers? Do people have access to the necessary hardware? Then also questions of decision making of AI, and questions like, does this technology work in the same way for all, or does it work worse for women with black skin? Thank you, Carla. So are there additions or different order frameworks anybody would like to mention? Yeah, so hey there. Thank you for the nice moderation. There's bad sound, I'm sorry. The the aspects that have been mentioned about discrimination are very important, and I would like to say here that I would like to add that there are other preconditions for people to share discussions in social spaces without fear. The access is important, but also we know, especially the social networks, are not just a nice place to be. Often violation is communicated or is triggered, and think about the people on color or feminine activists. These are only a few of the risks. The discussions about democracy have been displaced to the internet in the last years. The opinion finding is happening on the internet, so we cannot allow for some people for some sections of our society to be closed out and to favor groups with a tendency to dominate communication and violence, and then they give you have the impression that they are the majority and they are not. So this is what I want to say about fortifying the opinion of expression. So this and others are keywords for us. We are also in favor of law against violence, because digitalization can only reach all people if it doesn't come with important disadvantages for these people. Thank you for the great work you do in this context. You're helping from your point of view. Would you like to add something, any perspective, what can be done in the context of digital social justice? Well, first of all, we would need to take a look what has already happened in the digital world, and I think that is not quite known in the public domain. Imagine the situation that democracy loses control, also in connection with the pandemic and the climate emergency, and that other actors take over, for example, from the private economy or from the military. So we should take a look at the solutions already found, that have already been found. And so based on the surveillance, keyword NSA, all human activity in the whole planet is being measured in real time, and this data is being fed into a more or less central database, and then an IE to manage up to a degree a digital society. So the idea behind this is that with enough data, one can optimize the future so that people will only have to do what their PC calculates for them. But that's, of course, a totalitarian regime where this would be. Our Agenda 2030 much debated agenda also tackles such solutions, and there's not enough public discussions about it. I think this is very worrying, because I do not think this will lead to good solutions. I think our problems need innovation, and innovation needs pluralism and freedom, liberty and human rights. So I would like to advocate two solution approaches. One, the digital democracy, so a digital upgrade of the democracy, and secondly, the democratic capitalism. What does this mean? So the digital democracy means that the future of mankind cannot be decided in a control room. So what we call, we need to turn this into peace rooms, as we call it. These are infrastructures where interdisciplinary, based on science, ethically within a democratic framework, data is managed for the common welfare. So the access to data should be more open so that scientific actors can contribute more to the solutions for the future. There are great obstacles today. Second point, we need a platform for international self-determination. We need to be able to decide about our own personal data. Who gets access to it? What can be done with it? Otherwise, we will lose control over our own data, because we are living in an era where personal data is used for profiling, scoring, targeting, manipulation of behaviors, also manipulation of democracy, or of the democratic discourse. And we need participative platform that foster collective intelligence, keywords, open data, open access, citizen science, government labs, open source, amongst others, to achieve transparency of the algorithms. I mean, the transparency of the algorithms is very important for this. Open source as much as possible so that a digital ecosystem can be generated. We also proposed a new format that we call the competition of the cities, where all stakeholders of civil society could participate and cooperate. So much about digital democracy. I don't know if you would also like me to talk about democratic capitalism, or should I leave this for later? No, I would rather say we now discuss some of the mentioned concepts, and then we come back to this. Thank you. It's great to see that we seem to be aligned in our thoughts and approaches. Before we get into the detail, I would like to put a general question out there. It has been mentioned that, Carla, you mentioned we have left a lot of space for actors from the private economy. And I think this is something that has been repeated a lot over the day. We have this wish, this appeal for, or this wish for the return of a strong state in digital spaces. Only 20 years ago, civil society would have said no. Now we wish more innovation force in the public sector and strong design by the state. Would you see it in the same way? And which risks do you think are related with that? And which conditions should be attached to these items so that in the long run, democracy evolves in the right direction? Yeah, these are big questions. Let me start with the first. Whether I also see reverse trend about the wish of the role of the state, and then the belief at the beginning of the internet, when I had not been born, the belief had been that everything is going to be more decentralized, better. But of course, all these bold promises, only some have come true. Some liberties have been generated, but as is the case with any new technology, new risks have arisen, and we are only at the beginning of understanding that all sectors of society are affected, and that there is a complex interdependence of different factors and areas and business models. So in all these areas, there are a host of experts now, but the interconnectivity of these aspects is not understood by so many. what you see in the public discussion is, well, the handling of media competence, and that's one discussion scenario. And then there is the economical innovation discussion that tackles business models, but they are not being put together or not enough yet. That's something I would wish for the future, so that we do not have silo discussions as is the case now, so that there is interdisciplinary, cross-sectional debate, and that we think innovation policy together with other policies. A risk that is often mentioned and that often triggers call for regulation is that if we regulate too much, we put a brake on innovation, but it depends on how the regulation is done. And we cannot, on the other hand, prevent that anything is done. If we in Europe regulate smartly the technologies based on the risk, not affecting all actors and technologies in the same way, then regulation can help. We see it also with the Digital Market Act. Here, monopolies have been tried to be broken up. And then the last item, the call for the European path of digitalization. Well, of course, here the regulation plays an important role, and the European Union is very active here. That's great, but it's not, there's more that needs to be done on the path to the digital sovereignty. To make it true, this digital sovereignty, we need to get more competitive. We need a more pluralistic offer so that the users can choose. Thank you. Thank you. A very nice reply. Dear audience, we do also like to answer your questions. Please do write them in the chat. Or if you want to say something, raise your hand, please. I would like to hand this question over to you, Ulf. The next phase of designing the digitalization. If the public sector is to play a leading role here, what are the aspects we need to take control of so that it functions well? Okay, great question. I think a bigger participation of the public sector has two sides. There's the regulatory aspect. I think regulation is not the wrong path, but it needs to be done rightly. And the second aspect that has not been mentioned so many times is that we will need administration that opens itself for digital services, so that then it's easier for the people to communicate with the administration. Today, one must say that the access for people when they use digital processes is often more difficult, and also there are efficiency potentials within the administration, and they could be used. But also here the right course needs to be set. And as a journalist, I also have a podcast called Die Lage der Nation, the state of the nation, about digital administration and its problems. So I'm just getting to the bottom of this, and I'm overwhelmed by the plurality of problems. After some weeks of research, there is much more about than the Facebook and Google regulations. There is the online access law in Germany, a great idea, so that the most administrative services should be digitally accessible. But of course, there is a deadline 2022 to make this happen, and one has to ask himself, is this the right deadline? So many administrations now have a digital input mask, but then on the back office, the expert, on the other hand, needs to print the form out. So this is only on the front, and on the back side, we are not as far advanced. And not to sound too negative, I would like to point out a great chance. And the chance could be a better standardization, homogenization. And I do not mean for all to use Word, as we know it from some monopolies. No, I mean standardization through data sharing protocols. Not that everyone uses the same software, but that we have a kind of lingua franca for the data sharing on the internet, because then in such classified or hierarchical federal states administration as Germany, if the federal government tells a little town, you need to use this or that software, that's one thing, but it could be different. It could only provide, the federal government could only provide the format that needs to be used, and that's an interesting approach. Also, discussion in the civil society about open source tools, or corporations offering open source and developing open source, and then services evolving around the deployment of open source software. Because we do not want to prescribe certain software products, but standards for the sharing. And I think in Berlin, in the coalition negotiations, important courses are being set. If the public administration, public digital administration, if it will be put on the right path in the next 4 years, will highly depend also on the federal government. Just an example, justice, the legislative competence, and this way how an archive is being created that might be used by other administrations can have a big influence. So if the federal government puts the standards there, that would be a big chance, and I hope that the parties involved in the coalition negotiations will advocate for this in a smart way. Thank you.
Dirk Helbig, ich würde, bevor wir zum Thema demokratischer Kapitalismus kommen, gerne noch mal ein bisschen vertiefen zum Thema digitale Demokratie und gerne eben auch noch mal aufgreifen.
I'd like to get into more detail about democracy. You had mentioned this before. We need to open up our data treasures. We want our citizens to participate, and that can be a very effective way to prevent that the government doesn't intervene too much, because that wouldn't be positive either. Can you maybe elaborate a little bit about your future vision about this? In terms of grassroots participation by citizens? Well, having a strong state, that sounds very threatening to me. For the future, I'd like to have an innovative, a moderating state. Since 2004, we've had programs like e-governance, and that nothing really happened. And we kind of have to ask the question, why? And partially that's because we have to consider what kind of functionality do we need? What kind of requirements do we have? And obviously that'll take 1 or 2 years to focus on that. Then a tender has to be prepared, which takes a couple of months. Then we have deadlines for the tender, and then you have to make the decision, etc. So when the company or the service provider has been chosen, the concept is already a legacy model, because the digitalization is so fast and the advances are so fast. That's why I think we need a new innovative approach. I would like to, say that we should learn from nature. We know that nature is already using a circular economy. It could solve the problem of sustainable economies. Nature bases on an ecological interaction model. There are feedback loops, several of them, and there are evolutionary processes. It's called co-evolution. So everybody improves and the environment reacts to it. So the system develops. And that's why it's important to have open standards to make it possible to work innovatively on platforms that are developed by having spin-offs, by having smaller companies who innovate, citizen initiatives that participate. So this code develops continuously. Now, obviously, we have to look at the functionality and see if it all still works and if it's useful. And we might have to set some standards, but this system needs to have the freedom to develop. And I think that's one of the most important factors. Otherwise, we won't ever reach our goal. And I mentioned the City Olympics before. The idea behind it is that cities who are interested compete with another city in various disciplines. Mitigation or reduction of climate change, improving resiliency or sustainability, or other topics. So then the press, companies, civil society, local government will cooperate and bring new ideas and develop new products, triggering new behavioral patterns. And then we look at the best concepts, and there's a winner. So, for example, one city may develop a software platform, and they can then provide it to other cities, and companies can use it too, and companies can also work on the open code and open source, so everybody can take advantage of it. And this is the concept of co-evolution, and that has been applied in this Olympic Games scenario. And I think if we promoted this more, we'd be surprised how fast we could reach our goals. Oh, that's a great concept. I think that's wonderful. And also talking about open source and open technology, because that is so important. Carla, you wanted to say something. Yeah, I think before we move on to the next topic, I have a similar situation like Ulf, and there are many, many problems. And that's one of the reasons why what Dirk just described has not been, done. And that is kind of like the mindset the government has towards digitalization. What we've seen in the past is that everything that was about digitalization was outsourced. Not only the development of a system, but even the decision process of finding the solution was outsourced. So that led to solutions that were purchased where we're not even thinking about dependencies. And then we have this term techno-solutionism. You buy a software that is a quick fix for a big product problem, I'm sorry. And that is something that the entire population kind of supports. So we always see that in administration, public administration. You buy a software and you assume that you save money right away. However, if it is a socially complex problem, we would have to have the consideration and awareness that we'll have to spend some money because people will have to use that software. So it's not a matter of just buying a software, but improving it iteratively and then save money in the long run and not having these constant quick fixes. And this is a mindset that society also mirrors. We saw that in the context of the Corona warning app in Germany. It is a good example. We could show, hey, our politicians are flexible. They can listen to science and focus on experts and data protection specialists. And when I was talking to friends and family, people were like, well, was it really great? And this is kind of a little bit of a reluctance towards public administration that comes out of the way things are done. And it's this mindset of having one technology that just fixes every single problem quickly. And we have this expectation, and we're not managing those expectations, so we're being disappointed, obviously. So the Corona app is a good function. It worked, but people were disappointed anyway. So we'll have to change our mindset around digitalization and digital literacy. We need data scientists in public administration, obviously. However, but we also need to change our mindset and our basic understanding of digitalization, what it actually means for us. We've said that before. It was a major issue, a thing that you had with substance, which has so many facets. We need interdisciplinary cooperation here in this context. Yeah, well, that's well said. We have this culture in our society, and we have a problem of resources. Many political entities are asking themselves the same questions. How can we get a smart city concept or an open data project? Everybody wants to reinvent the wheel, and this collaborative approach is a kind of something that is neglected. And having a global vision is not really a thing we do. We're kind of stuck here. And with regard of rationalizing personnel, that's one thing that was mentioned before. And I think if we're talking about democracy, that is something that comes up. It is quite fascinating. We're talking about digitalization in a way that robots will take over the world. That is a capitalistic discourse. We don't even have to go that way. Why do we automatically assume that people will lose their jobs and become unimportant because things are more digital, especially in public administration? This obviously causes hope and fears at the same time, and both of it will probably not come true. So let's have one more question before we switch to the next topic. Our understanding of digitalization meaning something more. How can we strengthen the discourse in that direction and go away from the capitalistic view? Ulf, can you elaborate on that? I didn't get the last sentence, I'm sorry. How can we open up the discourse towards a more human digitalization, or the understanding that digitalization doesn't necessarily mean fewer humans? And yeah, oh, that's a major question. We'll have to make sure people get on board here. I think this is a long-term thing. It's nothing that's going to come overnight. And the Chaos Computer Club and Saskia Esken would probably agree. We need to foster education in schools about IT. Not everybody has to be able to program a smartphone app, but we need a solid understanding of how IT works. Maybe have a playful approach. That is something that is definitely a good thing. And having people in public administration and company that have a positive mindset towards IT, that would be one thing that would help. I don't necessarily think that IT will take us further away from humans. I think the pandemic showed us pretty well that technology can bring us closer. I have been talking to friends and family digitally over the last year and a half. Had this pandemic hit 50 years earlier, it would have been a little more lonely. I think people would have been depressed more than now. I think digitalization and humanity aren't necessarily on opposite sides of the spectrum. We'll just have to make sure that it's managed in a proper way. Thank you, Ulf. We talked about something in a different panel earlier. There are more founders nowadays. They established companies. And they see their role differently from what we've been seeing in industry before. So they're defying the cliche. They see themselves as entrepreneurs, and they have privacy by design in their companies. They know that they're collecting data that is important for public administration, and that data sharing is something that might make sense. So that is something they see as their role in digitalization. Would that be something that would be something that democratic capitalistic players should see too? Can you elaborate? I think it makes sense to look back at history. I would say it's a digital revolution. I don't think it's a transformation. Humanity has gone through a bunch of transformations. Going from agricultural to industrialized society, and then from industrial to service, and now over to digital. So these transitions were really disruptive, and it destabilized society. It came with a bunch of social problems, sometimes even wars. And afterwards, we reorganized. And now we have seen this this change, and now we see we invest in agriculture. There are public streets, there are public schools, universities, libraries. So for the digital era, we need public platforms, data, participative options for society. And without that, it won't take place, it won't happen. But civil society will have to start taking the reins. Of course, there are many resources in industry and in economy. And I think the industry is based on profit maximization, and it's not necessarily about solving problems for everyone. I guess we have to reorganize. And I think this transition is kind of difficult because once the financial system is going through a crisis, and it feels like we're in the middle of one now, we'll have to make sure that we have ideas and concepts for the time after. So what would the future possibly look like? I don't think it makes sense to have humans working like robots. That won't happen. Maybe we'll have the basic income. That will be one option. Or participative budgeting. We've seen this in Barcelona. It works very well. We can also continue towards crowdfunding for everyone. So everyone gets an investment premium that we don't use for our own consumption, but to invest in solutions that we think are good and needed, especially locally or regionally. And that would mean that we can co-finance and participate in our own future. So not just going to an election every 4 or 5 years, but continuously invest. And then we would have to think about what our economy is going to look like. Obviously, our companies will be important, and there will be a democratization of our economy. So we need steering boards that are pluralistic and participatory, so people can be involved. We want everyone in the supply chain, including our environment and nature, to be involved in this. And that's how we can cooperate better. And there are some existing examples for that. I also think we need a new financial system that is socio-economical, so that our impact is recognized, and it needs to be multidimensional. We need to get away from one-dimensional optimization. So optimizing with just one goal, and that's what we have right now. And we have a very complex system right now. The systems we have, a system that is causing a lot of damage to our environment and in social economic factors. So our new financial system would be based on an IoT system. It would be multidimensional, have multidimensional currencies and incentives. And I think that would make a large difference. That would also work in this ecological framework. Oh, thank you. Wow, those were really, really big ideas and great concepts, which could be part of our future system. Okay, we're close to the end. Does anyone have any questions? Maybe basing on this, if we're looking at all these policy frameworks, and then we look at the future, what would you imagine the future to look like if you had all the wishes? Would basing on what Mr. Helbig just shared with us, what would be your vision of cohabitation right now? Yeah, that's a very big question. We've talked about many forms of regulation, and I think what we can say overall, the DSA, DMI,
sein. Und wir haben jetzt schon irgendwie in die Vergangenheit geguckt, wir haben auf Regulierung von alten Technologien und Umgang damit geguckt, technologische Revolutionen, und ich weiß, Metapher ist ein bisschen
technologies, and I know that we talk about cars a lot, and it's a metaphor that is being used way too much. But when engines and cars came upon, it gave us so much freedom. It is something that is just super obvious for everyone. However, we have some restrictions, for example, by people dying through accidents. And we realized this and started measures to minimize these risks without giving up our freedom. And if you look at all those measures, they are on different levels. For example, seatbelts. You had to force people to help themselves. And there are technological advances for more security, for example, airbags, than having to get your car checked out every 2 years by the German TÜV. And now we need to come up with rules, traffic lights, and we need to teach people the skills to even drive. So that's how we got driver's license. So we can't just solve a problem by having an AI that finds issues within AI, or we just need digital literacy and then all problems are solved. If you look at the regulation of the car, is that there was massive backlash. People were outraged when they had to start wearing seatbelts because it wrinkled their clothing. And then now we're talking about speed limits on highways, and many people see it as a fight for their liberties, but people die because of high speeds. So we need to look at how technology changes us and how, when we regulate it, it will actually be accepted at some point. It needs to be a transparent process, though. If you can't just have the boardroom of a big company or two companies to decide what's going to happen with this technology. That's something where we have to watch out. We need to get away from buzzwords. We need to make sure to get to the core questions where we're talking about value, where we have to see the difference between safety and freedom. So we need to make sure that we look at the structural level of which stakeholders are being listened to. Lobbyists from the tech industry, for example. There are more lobbyists from big tech than from the pharma industry. And they're just, they spend so much money on lobbyism. Not even if all German foundations went in together and pooled their money, they wouldn't even reach that amount. And I hope that our new government will make sure that the digital policies and the courses, that the civil society is being heard.
Thank you for this very thrilling reply to a not an easy question. And also these are very practical thoughts, how, and also I also ask myself, how have we arrived at this reality where nothing is standardized and it's all an independent app that's not a path that would necessarily need to look like it looks? So how do we reach plurality in the offers on the market? And how do we manage to have, on the other hand, a world where data sharing between different appliances is possible, where platforms like to gather the know-how of the international community instead of running only a proprietary platform. So if we look at the discussions of today, we might be a bit closer to this thought of mine. So, closing question, which digital reality would you hope for is to be created through the impulses? I think we need to think back to the big chance we associated the internet with in the 90s. We thought we will have a much freer discourse, a more plural discourse, that we would lend people voices that didn't have them before, that the gatekeeper function of the media was a problem or was perceived as a problem, but now we can see that we cannot not regulate the discourse. I wish for a better discourse with red lines that are to be implemented. And on the other hand, I would wish for less surveillance. I think we have conducted the security debate from the viewpoint of the police and other enforcement bodies. Some always find an ear in the politics that listens to them. But others, we would need to Twitter if we have a problem we would like to draw the attention to. I would say that the accesses for companies and for state entities were not easy, and this is a central problem for the discourse. On the other hand, I do see chances. Just look at how many people under 30 now have become members of the German Bundestag. So this gives me reason to hope that for the future, and I hope that the Bundestag will be opener and that we are to see a similar development in Brussels. To be more concrete, we could also act in favor of the functioning of the civil society, and that's about funding and the collective well-being and welfare. I think that's the key word, that digitalization and regulation. We would also need to think of this other keyword. How can a company donate? How can it spend money for lobbying? That's very easy because the company gets a fiscal reduction in return. So the company has fiscal advantages triggered by lobbying, but the individual person cannot do that. The individual can only donate to charity organizations, and the charity organizations are being controlled by the state. And then there is a trend where the charity organization should not be politically active anymore. And yeah, that's the situation. And the civil society also has financial problems to make their voice heard. So who wants more human-friendly digitalization needs to think about these things, and probably we need strong NGOs. We need more action at this point. I'm looking forward to the coalition treaty. For example, a sports association should be able to organize a light demonstration against xenophobia without having to worry about fiscal implications. Okay, thank you. That's another issue I would like to keep discussing, but we are already at the end of the whole event. I would also like to see how the city Olympics are to be carried out. Maybe, well, I think it's important that our today's solution approaches do not suffice to solve the existential problems. We have left these to the enterprises and corporations. And now we talk about fortifying the civil society in the first place and move away from surveillance and monitoring and move towards a society model of empowerment and coordination, where innovation and engagement of the citizens and different organizations is stronger to achieve the transformational change that is upon us. The solution has to be that all of us can participate in the work for our future. Thank you, all three panelists, and also for the call as the closing word for our today's event. And I would also like to thank all of you, the whole audience, for your questions, for participating, and many thanks to all our speakers, to the organization which has made possible today's event. I think we all agree that it's very important to dispose of these rooms, to have these discussions. And then the last time where we have not been able to meet personally, and specifically actors from the civil society are more at risk not to be at the discussion table. So it's very important to use our discussion rooms, and so we have opened them today. Thank you that you've been here. There will be a follow-up for today. It's called, I hope there will be many such events in the future in the very beautiful Palazzo of iRights Lab, but also there will be a digital follow-up to this event that will be created here, and the recording of the videos will be put at your disposal. Other media outlets are planned, like a podcast for a foundation, the Bergman Foundation. Yeah, so that you can also see all the contents, because there were parallel sessions today, and digest them. And I wish you a very nice evening. Thank you that you've been here. Thank you. Bye.